Hey, I like the peak. I like the peak. If I drink these real slow, kind of thought this would be like that.
Investigators wonder if there was a problem with the plane's control surfaces, the flaps and slats that pilots extend from the wings during takeoff. If the crew didn't set the flaps properly, it might explain Flight 402's fatal trajectory.
We do know that failure to deploy the flaps or configure the aircraft properly for takeoff is
Hey, Space, you there?
Hey, I'm just making a drink. I'll be back.
All right. Tournament, what'd they say?
How could you talk to them fucking maniacs that long?
I don't know, man. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Yeah, I'm thinking you got a serious problem there.
I wish I put more thought into some of the reasons why it's utter nonsense, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the guy is a con man and he has something behind it, or he just really is out of his mind.
Who, LSC?
Yeah.
Oh, he's just right out of his fucking gourd, dude.
I mean, I want to know what he does for a living. Like,
I doubt he does anything. How could you employ a guy like that? I know a guy like that around here. I was at the beer store, I don't know, a couple of days ago, and he's sitting across the street, and he's a nice guy. I like him. I've got a problem with him. He believes in giants and 911, and so I'm sitting down. Hey, Chris, how you doing? Oh, just catching some rays. Doesn't drink. He can't drink. He goes drinks. He says he'll go to jail. And so he says, oh, you believe in anti-gravity? And then he goes on about how he's been watching some videos about the guy who was in an apartment in Vancouver or something, and the apartment above it has had things levitating because the guy below him has got an anti-gravity machine. I mean, you know, you just laugh.
yeah, it really should, because he if he really is out of his mind, that could actually be a problem.
Well, you know, my friend, he doesn't work. He collects welfare, and he's a nice guy and everything. He doesn't drink. He's not, you know, he's the only conspiracy person I've ever actually talked to that doesn't offend me. So I get along with him. You know, I just avoid his conspiracy talk as all. But he doesn't believe in flat Earth. He thinks flat Earthers are nuts.
Yeah.
You've seen the videos. Yeah, it's funny. You guys were talking about astronomy or astrology. Right at the time tonight on the History Channel, there was a show about astronomy versus astrology. It was just so funny that it just came on at the exact same time.
I wish I knew more about it, because his whole, what he presented, like, it's weird. The guy put, I don't know if you saw, he put a lot of work into his 3D representations and his AutoCAD stuff, like really, really good work. But Terman in chat was saying he got arrested for threatening the president. So this, Terman's I'm not saying you're lying. I'm kind of curious how you would know that, or how you would know that. But that's
a lot of people have said that about that guy.
That's crazy. And now the other thing is, if he's in, he said it was 4:30 in the morning for him, which puts him in Europe somewhere.
Actually, it puts him in the middle, almost in the Atlantic somewhere.
Well, 4:30
in the morning would be.
It's only 5 hours.
Oh, we're EST. Yeah, it was 4 hours now, so he'd be in Britain.
Yeah. And he looks the building. It looks like he lives in a hotel. Been in Germany and Europe. A lot of normal buildings sort of look like that.
He's probably in Britain, and maybe he escaped America. But Britain's one of the Five Eyes, so if you got a warrant for your arrest in America, Canada, the United States, Britain, Australia, and New Zealand are off the list of places to go to.
Yeah. Yeah, in retrospect, probably not a good idea to mess with somebody that's so out of his mind. I sort of thought he might crack a little bit, you know.
No,
but,
I had a talk with him yesterday. I mean, he was nice. He's nice enough, so he's, you know, you can actually talk to him. But the things he goes on about, like octahedrons and four equidistant magnetic points and a bunch of other crap. I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind, buddy?
Yeah, he just sort of. Well, the reason I thought that this was just, you know, it's just a really, really complex form of trolling was because of all of those reasons that you just mentioned. Like, he just sort of spouted some off. Well, do you know about this? And do you know about that?
Right.
Like it meant something, you know, like he's just sort of running down the script and trying to pin me down to something that I'm not familiar with, but without expounding upon it.
Well, everything he comes up with, he invented it himself. There's no four magnetic points on Earth like he claims. There's the octahedron. He made that up. There's what's another one he made up there? The mega cryo fucking meteorites or whatever it is. The big chunks of ice that supposedly fall on Earth and nobody can explain.
Yeah, and he he was trying to say that the Foucault pendulums, they don't precess on the equator because of those four magnetic points of equilibrium, or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
But couldn't explain. You know, you would think a magnetic anything force would be measurable, detectable if it's enough to make a a pendulum process different directions regardless of what material it was made of,
Well, they don't understand that, the four basic forces of physical forces of the universe, gravity, electromagnetism, and the weak and strong nuclear forces. They don't know anything. These people, I've noticed, they don't know what units are. Like like they know miles per hour, but they don't know that that's a unit. So, it's like I asked this guy today, what's density? What are the units of density? He says, I don't know. It's density. So what are the units? But he didn't know what the units were, how to measure it.
What are the units of density?
Mass per volume. So any mass per any volume is grams per cubic centimeter, kilograms per.
I see what you're saying. Okay, I misunderstood what you're getting at.
And I said, so what are the units of gravity? And that's meters per second squared. Density has no motion in it, but gravity does. They just don't get it.
Yeah.
I was talking to this guy tonight. He did I don't know if you saw him. He did a pretty cool guy. He's going to be doing a test on. He did one on cold moonlight. He actually uses electronics and breadboards and sensors and shit. He's not educated, but he's self-taught, and he seems to have really studied his shit because I'm educated in it, and the way he was talking, I was like, "Fuck, you're as good as I am, dude. You've obviously studied your shit." So he made two sensors, and he put a glass over one, a clear glass, and another glass covered in foil over the other sensor. He put them in the sun, then he switched the glasses, and he showed the data sheets, which showed that the temperatures changed because the clear glass let the sun through. And then he did the same thing for moonlight, and there was no change at all. Nothing. No temperature measured of any kind.
Is this on YouTube anywhere?
Yeah, what's his name here? Let me see if I can find him in my little chat list.
Yeah, I mean that sounds like the controls he used would be a little hard for these folks to understand. Fudman did? Oh yeah, that guy's sharp.
Fud Button. Yeah, he just sent me a big long note. He's smart fucker, that guy. I like him.
Yeah,
and he's doing another one. He's about to do another test because he went and saw my accelerometer video about MEMS devices.
Yeah.
And he has some. He has a couple of MEMS. He has a MEMS gyroscope and a MEMS accelerometer.
Well, he was the guy that really got me interested in gyroscopes, posting in one of those videos about how gyroscopes, the guy that doesn't do the gyroscope experiment properly, and Fudman corrected him. And I have to go watch that because that sounds pretty interesting.
Oh yeah, he's. I told him, I said, you can do all the experiments you want. You got to give him a pretty picture, but they still deny. He says, oh yeah, well whatever.
Yeah.
He doesn't. I don't know if he works as a programmer. I think he does, but he's playing a fucking game.
Yeah, you can have something to look at while I'm dorking around. I don't know if it's gonna mess with my connection or anything, but
no, it's fine. I don't think it'll matter. I got a high-speed connection anyway. But yeah, he just likes farting around with breadboards and electronics and devices and shit and LEDs and circuits and designing circuits and shit like that. And so, he's yeah, I've been watching Mayday episodes tonight.
Mayday? What's Mayday?
Mayday, plane crashes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've seen them all. Well, I studied to be a pilot for 5 years. I never went through with it, but I studied anyway. I went to join the Air Force once. I did ground school like 30 fucking years ago, and then I did it again. I keep on for like fucking 35, 40 years. I've been planning to get my pilot's license, and I never do. I don't know why. I have the money. I don't know why. I just don't get it done.
That'd be neat to do. What did you fly? What did you train in? Just Cessnas?
No, I built a home simulator, a very sophisticated one. Spent cost me, I don't know, about $7,000. Cost me more to build a simulator than it would have cost me to get a pilot's license.
Wow.
But it was a really, really nice one. And the logic that I was using was, and I had all the books from ground school, and I bought a few other books on on how planes actually work. I went more in depth because I ran out of stuff to read, so I had to buy some more books, and so I learned about how the magnetic systems and the compass systems on a plane actually work, how they measure the magnetic field of the Earth. For instance, like the compasses on a besides your standard ball compass or glass liquid compass in the cockpit, all the devices that are run from compasses, the compasses aren't in the cockpit, they're on the tips of the wings. Most of the sensors are on the tips of the wings.
Yeah, the pit dot and all that stuff. Or not the tips. I guess those are close to the tips, right?
As close to the tips of the wings they can get. Yeah, they put them, and then obviously the purpose is to avoid magnetic interference.
So how does the magnetic? Let's see if I can frame this right. You're talking about measuring the magnetic field of the Earth. What goes into that? And based on latitude and proximity to the poles.
It's a very, very extremely sensitive device, and it's. I don't have the book here anymore, so I'm not going to be able to go into details. It was quite complicated, to be quite honest with you, and almost over my head. But because it was a book designed for the guys who actually repair the equipment, and it was an engineering book for both design and repair guys, so it was pretty in depth. But it's essentially it's all electronic and ultra sensitive, like tiny little needles and shit like that, or deflection of micro deflections of the magnetic field. Really complicated shit. I can't even remember half of it.
That sounds complicated.
It was really got. They lost me in a lot of it because the math was also pretty intense.
Well, when I was in high school, I didn't do well my junior year. I was just very unfocused and I wasn't a great student. And my counselor, my senior year, put me in a bunch of classes that were just not challenging. I don't remember what math I took my senior year, but it was not what I was supposed to have been taking. So I didn't take trig or calculus or anything like that. And I've been trying to teach myself trigonometry so I can understand, the math that goes into the precession of pendulums. And it's just been kicking my butt trying to understand sine, cosine, and all arc sine, so all that stuff.
Did you ever take algebra?
Oh yeah, but
I mean, like the algebra that you take that has to do with calculus, not basic algebra in high school, but infinite series and shit like that.
Yeah, well, high school was a long time ago, so
like the square root of -1.
Hang on, my wife's making a funny face at me.
Yeah, what the square root of -1 is?
Hang on, space. Hang on.
Yeah. I'll watch your game for a bit. What is this game anyway? How old are you, David? Because if you're still young enough, then fucking go get your pilot's license, man. Why can't you smoke weed and be a pilot? 29, you're plenty young enough. Go get your fucking license. You can still even get a job in it. Nobody'd hire me. I'm too old. Be a bush pilot, man. Get your float certification and land on lakes and shit. That'd be a blast. Costs about 40 grand to become an ATP pilot. Well, yeah, if you work for an airline, but if you work for a, you can always work for yourself too. So quit smoking weed. What's the big deal? It's going to be legal soon in Canada anyway. Hopefully it's going to be legal soon. Our fucking new prime minister said he was going to legalize weed. It was one of the reasons we elected the fucker. He hasn't done jack shit about it yet. I quit smoking weed. I smoked weed since I was a little kid, and I only quit like, well, I started buying hash again recently, but I found it was easy to quit when I felt like it. And I didn't quit for any particular reason. I just quit. Just felt it was time, I guess. So you always get your... Well, I don't know that America will ever fucking... I don't know. America used to be so far behind on the weed laws, and now with Colorado and some of the other states, you know, seems like America's all of a sudden ahead of the game. Coffee and weed breaks. I know exactly what you're talking about. I couldn't get through a day at the office without smoking a couple of joints. My office work was so fucking... Oh, try spending all day in front of a computer writing code.
Yeah. Sorry, I back and forth with my wife about something we've been talking about.
That was cool, just talking to these guys and watching your game here, whatever it is. What game is that?
It's called Heroes and Generals. It's an online World War II game. This particular match is not very interesting, and my ping is my connection's really bad, so I get a lot of packet loss, which results in me dying a lot. So you see me die a whole bunch.
Oops, I started the wrong program. Hang on. What's your favorite airport? What airport's near you?
What's that, Spaceman?
What major airport is near you? What's the biggest airport near you?
Atlanta is 2 hours away.
What's the K what? KATL?
It should be ATL.
Hartsfield, Jacksonville?
I'm sorry. What's the question again? What's the closest big airport?
Hartsfield, Jacksonville?
I have no idea.
I think that's what it is. Pretty sure that's what it is.
Yeah. Hey, just so I know, the frame rate of what you're seeing on screen from my computer is really really low, right?
No, it's fine.
No, it's smooth.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I've never really used to stream online. You have to set up a particular encoding software and go through a bunch of hoops, jump through hoops to make it work. And a lot of people do that. Have you ever heard of Twitch?
Twitch?
Twitch.com? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, so people will, and there's a couple different websites. Twitch is the biggest, but people will play video games and then stream it. And while they stream, they comment on it. So it's kind of like doing a Google Hangout, except they're doing something, and other people hop in and ask questions. And it's really popular. Like a lot of the major games will have 10, 20,000 people watching. And some of them are, they have folks doing, art online or design or little silly talk shows. It's kind of like Google Hangouts, except condensed, and you can go through a list of Hangouts and see who's in there.
That's cool.
That's kind of interesting.
Here, I'll show you. Turn off your screen share for a sec. I'll show you what my game.
Hang on, I gotta do this. Let's see. Stop. There we go.
You see that?
Not seeing anything yet. Hang on.
We got to try it again here. Hang
Oh,
on.
you're yeah. No, do it. Your sim game.
It's not a game. It's a simulator.
It's a simulator. Sorry, simulator.
No, I don't have the controls anymore. I sold my I don't know why I did it. I sold it just because I was planning on going somewhere else. But that's 737 400 cockpit.
That's neat, man. Did you have like the full setup with the throttle and the foot pedals and all that good stuff?
Oh, everything. Oh yeah, 100%. Everything, radio, you name it, I had it all.
That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, the equipment, I've been thinking about redoing it again because the computer was the most expensive part. That was $5,000. I know about $3,000 for the computer, and about all the components I had was I had the 3 monitors set up, the whole thing. But anyway, it's just I just wanted to show you the inside of the what you can learn from one of these things is quite amazing.
Oh, that's neat. I mean, I've seen, I've played simulators that dumb things down, but they still have a lot to them, like DCS Black Shark.
Okay. This
And,
one here is the one I used was there's 2 simulators out there that are FAA certified.
Yeah.
And that's one of them. There's Microsoft Flight Sim X and there's X-Plane 10. Now, Microsoft Flight Sim X came out in 2006.
Right.
And in 2009, Microsoft came out and said, well, we're going to do it. We're going to come up with, because they've been doing it for 25 years.
Yeah, they want to do it.
Yeah, it was one of their best franchises. And but it's not a game, you know, like most people, you get in there and you want to shoot shit. Well, you can't do that in the simulator. There's no weapons. Its purpose is to teach you how to fly.
Yeah.
And so it wasn't exactly popular. And people would buy it and they get in and they go, okay, now I've flown somewhere. Now what do I do, right? And so, you know, it had a very limited scope audience. So in 2009, they said, well, they came out and they had a Facebook page and everything and a big announcement. We're going to redo it. And they had the best programming team in the world called the Aces.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
And these guys, so then in middle of 2009, they fired the Aces team. And this,
really?
Yeah, this hits the news or you know, the grapevine. It's like, well, wait a minute. And then the next thing you know, it's the Facebook page changes from Microsoft Flight Simulator to Microsoft Flight. So everybody's like, well, what the fuck's going on here? Are you making a game? And so about a year later, they come up with a fucking game where you get to shoot stuff and capture stuff and get points and all this other crap. Meanwhile, Lockheed Martin saw an opportunity. So they bought the rights to Microsoft Flight Simulator X, and it's now called Prepare 3D. And they added in submarines, ships, land crafts. They've upgraded the version. I think they're up to like 5, 6 versions up now. And you can actually fire weapons off the planes to other objects and from the ground up to the planes. And the American military now is using this to train all their soldiers. And they're you know, it's standard practice now. It's the #1 training tool used in the American military.
No, that's cool.
Yeah,
I hadn't had a chance to use some of that. We used some other simulators when I was a tanker. We used some other simulators. I don't have any idea where that software came from. But.
Well, yeah, this is Prepare 3D is I don't think it's even 3 years old now. So it's relatively new. It's probably not in all departments. I'm sure it began in the Air Force, and then, you know, Lockheed added in the submarines and ships, and then it got, you know, given to the Navy and then the ground, and you can actually do now they've even they're working on human motion within it and everything. So really, really getting sophisticated.
Yeah, no, that's great because I mean, running out there and doing training ops stuff like that, that's good and all, but you don't get a lot of tactical awareness because it all has to be simulated.
Well, it's not the real thing.
Oh no! I'm saying those things are good because you get
Yeah,
that. Like,
yeah.
Otherwise, you have to pretend you're being shot at, and you have to pretend you use fake grenades and stuff.
I talked to the guys at the local flying school here about 2 weeks ago, and thinking I was finally going to go get my pilot's license. I said, "Look, I've been in the simulator for like 5 years." He says, "Oh, well, you should breeze right through the fucking training then, and be able to do this in record time." He says, the only one thing they say that a simulator problem is that a real pilot spends 90% of his time looking outside of the plane and 10% looking at the instruments, whereas a simulator pilot, it's exactly the opposite. And so they find that simulator pilots have a problem with not looking outside the plane. They become instrument plane flyers before they even become real flyers. But I learned a lot, I'll tell you what.
Wow.
And it was fun learning it. I really learned a lot about weather because that's a huge area of study for pilots, obviously.
My father-in-law was talking about and was real interested in that and was wanting to. Well, he toyed with or fantasized, I guess, about buying getting a small plane because there's an airport next to his house and being able to travel to see family. In the meantime, I clicked on Terman linked one of the videos. It's Stephen. This is Lord Stephen Christ being arrested in 2009.
Really?
Yeah, this thing that I'm sharing right now.
Is that he's the white guy there?
He's the white guy, long hair with the mullet.
Yeah. Stevie's arrest.
But he was arrested for threatening the president. He's yelling something. I can't hear what he's saying though.
How did he threaten the president? Like, what did he do?
So far, all I see is making threats to the president. I
believe that.
Yeah.
That's probably why because he's so quiet and mild mannered on the fucking in the talks, isn't he?
Well, that's one of the things I started messing with him with, or pointing out at least, was because I thought it was just an act. How he would draw his senses out, sound prophetic and sound serious and whatnot. But I guess he really believes it. And there's another video on here. This is his little rap sheet here. Let's see.
He said he'd kill Obama, is what David's saying here.
He said.
Wow. Mugshots.com. I love America has mugshots.com. We're not even Canada. They're not even allowed to be posted.
Wow.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that. You're the what do you call it there? When they have sex offenders being listed by the U.S., they give their addresses and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's against the law here too. You can't do that. If you get caught posting somebody's address, you go to jail. Yeah, we don't have much of a criminal element here in Canada, although it's getting worse.
Yeah, we got all those bears and caribou, man.
Well, we got a lot of fucking. We had a lot of Somalians come in, and they're causing a lot of problems. We don't have a lot of black people in Canada. It's what 1%. If
yeah,
that.
Is it really?
Oh fuck! If you're black in this country, you're like a rarity, man. The black people don't like the cold, bro. Can't stand it. And most of the black people I've ever met here, they come from like Jamaica and places like that. They don't come. Certainly, I've never met an African American in Canada.
Wow, really?
Not a single one. No, I know black guys. Well, do I know any black guys anymore? I seen two the other day. That's right, I saw two the other day, but they were from Somalia. That's Africa, so they're
Yeah,
African.
that's actually yeah. Well, it's like when I was in Germany, only 1% of the population there is black. But yeah, man, do you see this video? They're going through this guy's rap sheet. He went to jail in 2005. Uh, criminal trespassing, battery, strike or touch, domestic, obtaining property in return for WL check. What does that mean? Hey, Amanda, what's a W/L check? Like a bad check of some kind?
Worthless? I don't know.
Yeah, like a check you would. Oh, I'm talking to my wife. She works at a bank for a while. Maybe she might know. WL. Oh, obtaining property in return for W/L check. What kind of bad check? What else? Misdemeanor offense, knowingly violating. I assume that's, I can't tell. This cut off. Domestic battery.
Another battery case.
Yeah.
Another battery case.
Domestic abuse. Tampering with witness. What the?
Wow. Looks, yeah, it's probably the same girl or whatever.
Yeah, obtain. So worthless mean, or WL means worthless check. So that's what these mean. Alcohol or drugs, 2 offenses.
Holy fuck, 6 of 24.
Yep.
Assault. This guy's quite the character.
Yeah. I'm glad that he's not in this country now.
Well, it's America's, you know.
Well, I mean, for me personally, like I legitimately thought he was you know, some type of troll, but he's really.
Lots of people, you know, the old expression. I mean, I lived in Florida. The old expression: "Go on vacation, leave on probation," and it's so true.
Harassment restraining order plaintiff, Christian League for the Handicapped.
Wow.
This guy committed domestic abuse against harassing the Christian League for the Handicapped. Wow.
Yeah, he's totally fucked in the head. You know, that's why you know, I was watching your chat there with him during the commercials of the Mayday episode I was watching, but I was certainly not going to join in.
Yeah, that was a poor decision.
Well, you know.
Well, I mean, at a bare minimum, I don't know why, but he is pulling in the flat Earth people, I guess, and they're.
Oh, there was no other chat to join. That's all.
Yeah.
The only other chat that was going on tonight was one calling him the Antichrist.
I saw that one. Yeah.
So I don't even know if I'm going to bother doing these anymore. One thing I've realized, because when I first started them, I had like, what, 25 viewers or something like that. And then, you know, because everybody, you know, wanted to hate on me.
Mm-hmm.
And they thought they were going to be able to beat me down. And that, you know, and then they realized that, no, I'm not a fucking dumbass. I got facts. I can beat the shit out of you with my facts and my reality and my science and my math and my knowledge. And they lost. They all lost. And one by one, they just said, well, I don't want to go there. All he does is talk about facts, science, and reality. I don't want to do that. You know, so they thought they were going to be able to beat me. So now that they know they can't beat me, they don't come back.
Yeah.
That's why you're not going to see any here. You're holding this.
Well, they're already in their own little talk, and they probably hop in and see that we're talking about some nonsense or a video game or something like that and leave. But I mean, I have had some conversations where I think some honesty came through on their part and understanding, you know, or at least at a bare minimum understanding the other side, right?
Did you get anywhere with a gravity argument?
Well, I don't think anybody will be able to, because it's such a it's so nebulous to them.
They can't see it, so they can't believe it.
Yeah.
Pretty silly, I know. I don't get it. I had these guys today in some chat there and told the guy, I thought he was a Glober until I went in and started talking to him, and he's saying all kinds of stupid shit. And I said, so what's your problem with gravity anyway? Of course, they don't even say what their problem is, why they refuse to believe in it. They don't even have a reason for that. But I said, you know, do you know what? There was another guy in there. I said, look up MEM's devices, MEMS, and the fact that your fucking phone you're holding in your hand is proof that gravity works. You know, and no, I still don't believe it. I said, you've looked at the manufacturer's spec sheet for the device. You've looked at the math that they use to make the device. You have the device in your hand and it works, and you still don't believe it. No, I don't believe it. You know, what can you do with these people?
I don't know. I should really, it's eating up too much of my time. I should back off of it.
Yeah, something to do. Something to do.
Yeah. Well, some of it is genuinely interesting to me, and I want to know why. You know, it's in the thing, Stanley. Is it not working?
No, he wants you to post the link.
Yeah.
Oh.
I have come across a couple like ones and twos that are like on edge. That and I don't really. A lot of them get swayed by typical salesman tactics, right? Like when you sell something to somebody, you sell yourself, not the product. And what they should be doing is paying attention to the product, but they're not. It's all intuition and belief and feelings, right? And so if you act very honest and all that with them, a lot of folks will value that over the actual data being presented, which is sad. But
I don't think they really care about the shape of Earth, to be quite honest with you. I think they really just want to fucking bullshit about everything. You know, they just want to. They say all kinds of crazy stuff, and they all go, "Oh yeah, that's right," and yeah, da. And I don't think they really care about the shape of the Earth. They don't care if chemtrails are real or any of this other stuff. They're just so uneducated that they can't talk about reality or science because it's so far above their heads. They don't know any math. So what do they have left to shoot the shit about, you know? Because they make everything up because they don't have any reality. And that's what I'm seeing, you know? And I see this in the conspiracy people at the local bar I hang out with, and that guy that I talked about there a minute ago. He's a nice guy and everything like that. One of them was, some of them are real arseholes. I don't talk to them anymore. But this one guy's okay. As long as they're okay and unoffensive, I don't care.
Yeah.
You know, you're not gonna educate them in 5 minutes. That's for sure.
Well, I think the emotional piece for them is it's validation.
Yes.
For their place in the world is not particularly high, and it ties together all the other conspiracies. Like it is the overarching. It gives them a bad guy. Like it validates the fact that there is an evil force that they can fight against, right? That they can crusade against, and that gives them, sense of purpose and
the evil government.
Right.
Well, nobody trusts government, so that's the only thing I agree with them on.
Yeah. Well, sure. Yeah, I've told them that. I got all kind of questions about the way we do things and why we do them in the voting system and this, that, and the other.
Yeah, the American system, all this fucking election you guys are having right now. My God, what a joke.
That's stupid. What's up, Stanley?
What's up, guys?
I thought you and Spaceman were the same person. How's this working?
Oh, no.
No, I didn't mean that. Yeah,
that's what the flat horse might say.
Yeah. Was that your real picture, Stanley?
What's that?
Your webcam was on for a second. You kind of look like Jack Black.
Let me see. Boom. There we go.
Oh.
Picture of the moon.
CGI.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, I guess this is kind of entertaining. So the Hitching Forth Truth channel that has sucked up our interest lately is run by a couple people. They share an account, which is probably against YouTube terms of services. One of those is Flat Earth Hub, and the other is Andrea Sorensi or something. Y'all know Andrea, right?
Now it makes sense.
Andrea? No, I don't know that name.
Well, it's a flat earther, and I don't know what nationality he or she is. And I think it's a she, but they're, I assume, like Eastern Europe. That's the vibe I get. And
Are they? Wait, is that the one that's like the rebel flat earther?
No, that's Yvette. She's an American.
Okay.
So no, Andrew's never spoken, and but she hops in the chats, or rather, she'll comment in the chat, and never really says yes. We'll proclaim support for Flat Earth for sure, but is more open to listening. And she also makes a bunch of. I think she actually might be Russian or something that speaks Russian. And if you go to David, can you? I don't know how to spell the last name. Maybe we can track it down and link it.
What, Andrea's name?
Yeah, well, it's the last name I don't know how to spell.
C-E-N-C-I.
I thought it used a Russian.
C-E-N-C-I, sorry.
Let me see if I can find it.
K-A-M-C-I?
No, it's C-E-N-C-I. Sensi.
Yes. She is or he, she, he. That's the, they're like a outsider to the flat earthers. Like they're more about free speech and hearing from all sides, which is rare for the flat earth people. But yeah.
Yeah, if you watch, like, she puts out a lot of videos, and they're all content from other people that are edited a little bit, and I don't know, like, it's kind of strange. Like, it seems like there's definitely support for it, and it is cool to want to talk. But anyway, they wanted to put that channel together to do that free speech thing. Well, I guess Flat Earth Hub, the other guy who is, I guess, strictly against that sort of thing, is accused her of being like some kind of double agent, like setting all this up to make
Of course.
them look stupid.
We're all paid.
Yeah, yeah. So they
I wish I was paid.
they
Yeah,
had like a little falling out, and I don't know if they're going to host those little things anymore. Flat Earth Hub was the one that was wanting to ban me and you and all those people from that chat.
Yeah.
He was the guy who also claimed an arc second is a static amount of distance of length, and then backed out of the conversation where we would hash that out.
Yeah. As soon as you looked up what a radius was.
Well, yeah. Very, very disingenuous, very dishonest that conversation was.
And I don't believe any of them know what the inverse square law is either.
I don't know entirely what that is. I'm also gonna, unless y'all don't want to, I'm just gonna share what I'm doing right now in my stupid video game.
The inverse square law is easy, man. So if anything on the bottom of the denominator, like you've got something on the left of the equal sign, like force. So the gravity equation is force equal the gravitational constant times the mass of one body times the mass of the other body divided by the radius squared. Well, since r squared is the denominator, that means the f, they're inverse square to each other. So if it was just divided by r, it wouldn't be the inverse square law. Anytime you see something squared in a denominator, the inverse square law applies. So what it means is that the other
blows
thing
up or shrinks really fast.
Yeah, it's if one goes up by 2, the other one goes down by 4. If one goes up by 4, the other one goes down by 16. So they're inversely proportional
Oh, okay.
to the square.
I understand now. So inverse, like if you had two circles and one was inverse square to the other, the one circle's radius would be.
Well, you wouldn't really use. It applies. Well, the example we would use is gravity. So if I go 1,000 miles away from the center of from the surface of the Earth, then the gravitational force drops by the square of that.
Yep.
Right. So it's used in a lot of equations. You guys ever hear of Dr. Physics A?
No.
Yeah, actually, I've seen one of his videos. He's
wicked. If you need mathematical backup for anything, he does the full A-level physics course. He's got the whole thing online, and the British version of the introductory. They call it GSCE. I don't know what that stands for over there, but it'd be for grade 11, 12, and in Canada we used to have grade 13, which was first year university, They give it to you in high school. They dropped it, but we used to have grade 13, which was the exact same as first year university. So when you went to university, you'd repeat everything over again. And the logic was is that it had to do with your maturity and keeping.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you know. So, but I believe the GSCE course he has is basically for grade 11 to 12 students, and then he has the full A-level physics, which is first year college or first year university. Really, really good though. He does it very well, simply explained with very simple examples, and he writes it all out. And really, I really love his shit, man.
I'm gonna need to, because I joined the Army about 5 months after high school, and like I said, when I was in high school, I didn't take real high-level courses at the end, and I really, really regret that. So I don't. I'm just looking through stuff online, and I'm going to start. The Army, you can put yourself through school pretty easily online, and the Army will pay for it. So I'm going to try to start getting back into that, so I can.
Heck yeah, take advantage of that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've got 6 and some years to retirement, and once I retire, I'd like to go full time, unless I already have something.
You know, I always say, you don't have to be educated to be smart, but you have to be smart to know you need to be educated.
No doubt. The more you know, the more you realize you don't know.
Well, that's it. You know, like the flat Earth mantra: ask questions. Well, they never do, and if you ask them one, they don't answer it.
Or they just block you.
Yeah. Or they block you. Yeah.
Or they block you. Yeah, I'm probably blocked on almost all their sites. That's why I have like 4 different accounts. So, but then they figure out who I am and they block me again.
Well, if you say anything that disagrees with them, they immediately block you or censor you.
Absolutely.
That's their like underlying theme, is just censor people and be dishonest.
They don't give a fuck about the shape of the Earth. That's not what it's about for them. This is about conspiracy. Like Terman said there somewhere, I don't know, about authority, or someone said about authority.
Hey,
we have Cathexis, Flat Earth Alaska, and Pajama Rambler in chat. I didn't know we had and Snack.
Oh my god! I didn't even
have an audience.
Cathexis, I don't block you, Globalist.
Can you see that from the Hangout, or is it you have to open up another tab, look at the chat through YouTube?
I have I have the YouTube chat opened up as well.
Pop out chat.
Yeah.
So you can go split screen, eh?
Yeah, there you go. Hey, before I forget, I was going to say, when you were talking about Dr. Physics A, it reminded me of this other channel that I follow, Khan Academy.
What is it?
It's called Khan Academy. KH.
Oh, Khan. Oh yeah, he's good too.
Yeah, he's really good.
Yeah, I like him. He's takes a different approach than Dr. Physics A, but he certainly covers all the same subject materials. Most of Physics A, Dr. Physics A's videos are like a half hour, where Khan puts it into 5 to 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And he also uses Dr. Physics writes it on paper, whereas Khan does it on a screen.
Yeah.
But definitely, yeah, I'm subscribed to both. I'm subscribed to Khan.
Yeah, I just subscribed to Dr. Physics A after you mentioned it.
So Stanley, do you have an expertise or a background in anything in particular?
Just software. I'm a software guy.
Software? Okay.
Yeah.
What do you got? Stanley, what do you got?
What do I got for what?
Well, you got a degree in computer science, or
yeah, computer science. Yeah, just a
3 year, 4 year,
4 year. Yeah.
4 year.
Yeah.
So you're a full major.
Yeah.
What language you write in?
Right now, mostly client side stuff, JavaScript, browser stuff.
Did you
web applications?
Oh yeah, okay. I fucking hated JavaScript. Well, it's client side and server side and all that other good garbage, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And so, do you ever do any C++?
Hold on one second.
Huh? Oh, you said hold on a second.
Yeah.
I wished I had gotten more into C++.
Why is that?
That's where the big money is.
Really?
Yeah. Back in college, I did a senior project using C. It was a robotics project, and that's where a lot of big money is in the robotics projects nowadays, especially with Google buying up all the robotics companies. So there's a lot of money being thrown around out there.
Well, they use Java in that too, right?
They use all different types of stuff. It depends on what level they're writing it at. Like a lot of lower level stuff will be written in C, but then the higher level stuff will be written in Java. The cool thing about Java is that it pretty much can be ported around to any platform.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's only one level up from assembly, right?
It sits on top of, I think it sits on top of a C++ engine actually.
Does it really? Yeah.
Yeah, there's a virtual machine that I think that's written in C or C++, if I remember right. I don't actually remember or recall.
Probably C++.
Yeah.
I did 99% of my work in in Visual Basic. So when it finally became object oriented, I could call myself a real programmer.
There you go.
Yeah. Other than that, the C++ guys would pick on me.
Yeah, object-oriented came around recently compared to the history of humanity. Computer science is a baby.
Oh, fuck yeah, big time. I like writing DLLs and shit like that, too.
Nice.
Bling.
Now everybody else is sleeping. Because we're talking about computer science.
No, I was showing Negator the Flight Sim X. So when I was learning how to fly, and since I knew how to program, I wrote a program that talked to, all in Visual Basic, that talked to the simulator. It would download the real weather from NOAA every 15 minutes and force it into the sim, and connect it to Google Earth so you could follow your plane, do triangulation in it, measuring. So fuck, I learned so much. It was, and I got to a point where the Visual Basic controls just couldn't cut the mustard anymore. So I ended up subclassing all the controls, rewriting everything. It literally took me 5 years to write the whole thing.
Oh, I believe it.
Yeah, and then I never fucking sold it for anything. Should have been one of them fucking overnight millionaires.
It sounds like somebody took it and turned it into Himawari 8.
Yeah.
It's all fake.
I don't even program anymore.
Anyway, did you guys watch, I think Spaceman was there, Red's Rhetoric?
Yeah, man. Yeah, we had, I put up a side chat, or side hangout, and chatted about it the whole time.
Oh, really? Man, I should have
good shit
on that hangout. Yeah, it was good, man. It's just, the thing that frustrates me is that those guys just go off on random shit and they never stick on topic. I wish Red would have said, Mount Rainier, we're not leaving that until you can explain it. That's it. Don't go any further.
Well, that's one of their tactics, isn't it? Change subjects.
Yeah, just keep changing the subjects. They never answer anything that's actual criticism.
Oh, the flat Earth mantra: ask questions, but don't, and never answer them. That's for sure.
Hey, didn't Eric Dubé, didn't he get in some kind of trouble related to sexual assault or something like that, and that's why he's in Thailand?
That makes sense.
I mean, it's right now. It's just hearsay. I forgot where I heard it, but David in chat is talking about digging deeper.
Well, you know, there's a good reason for a lot of older guys to go to Thailand. You know.
I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah. I won't even go into it. You obviously know the answer to that one.
Yeah.
You know, that's like that other fucking idiot there. What's his name? The other Thailand idiot.
In Thailand, I didn't know there was. Oh, there's the guy in New Zealand.
No, the guy who did a lot of videos driving around there. I don't know. He hasn't done one recently, anyway. He seems like a whack job.
All I can think of is Phuket word.
I'm old and creepy.
We were talking about Thailand a second ago.
I'm old. Yeah, I might be creepy.
Nah.
I'm good at pissing off people, but I really don't give a fuck. So.
No, I got you. No, Phuket is
That's it. Phuket word. That's the guy.
That's the guy. He's like high all the time.
The other guy is he's a smaller channel, but the Awake Souls guy. Have you seen this guy?
He's out of his mind.
That guy is like bizarre, man.
Yes, the birds flying behind the sun.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
Phuket Word put up one of those last videos he put up. So he's trying to prove the sun goes in a circle, you know, up in the sky and goes away from you. The video is taken in Thailand, and he happened to find two poles out in the water. So here the sun sits and goes straight down, pretty much straight down between the poles and sets over the horizon. And he goes, see, it did a big circle.
Yeah, he's one that just there's like no point to engage with, I don't think.
Yeah, here's the thing. If you can't go to the Antarctic, right? They all say you can't go there. So the furthest south you can go on Earth would be the southern tip of New Zealand. And I believe that's 54 degrees south. So you're 54 degrees south. The furthest the sun could ever be away from you, it would be when it's in the north and on the other side of the Earth. And the trig says that puts it 7,000 miles away. So how come it's disappearing?
No idea.
You know, like
the moon is it has the same characteristics, right? Except
exactly.
that with the moon, they can't record it and show it shrinking because there's no like giant shine like the sun does, right? If they used a solar filter on the sun, obviously it wouldn't be shrinking. But with the moon, they can't argue that, so they never talk about the moon. But you can say the same crap about the moon. You know, like the moon, if it's directly overhead and it's a half degree in its arc diameter overhead, then at 30 degrees above the horizon, it has to be 0.25. It has to be a quarter of a degree. And that's what the trig says. Like it's not even to the horizon yet. It's still 30 degrees elevation in the sky, and it has to be half as big as it was when it was overhead. That's what the trig says.
You're right. They avoid talking about the moon at all costs because it would blow their bullshit out of the water.
Exactly.
Well, that's why I keep the one of the things I thought up out of the blue was, you know, why you can trace the sun with the size of the moon, right? Just on your window. As long as the distance between your eyeball and the window is the same over the night, just use the marker. At the end of the day, you measure the little circles, and that's the epitome of observable and verifiable that you don't need NASA for.
Yeah, the experiment that I tell people to do is you just take a piece of paper, cut it out, the size, like like look at the moon through the piece of paper, trace it, cut it out, to where you have the exact same size at arm length, wait for it to go to the horizon, and hold that piece of paper out, and guess what? It's going to be the same exact size. I mean, anybody can do that experiment.
It's about the size of a quarter at the outstretch of your hand, right?
It's a
quarter or a nickel or something like that.
The moon?
no, it's like a
Oh, yeah, you want the size of your thumb.
It's small.
The width of your pinky at arm's length.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's So
We're helio believers.
You get comments about that, like that's not valid science or something. But it's what you can see with your own eyes. That's what the flat earthers talk about all the time. It's what you can see with your own eyes. Well, there you go.
So how does the moon, Venus, and Mercury get between us and the sun?
Well, I would think they would say it has something to do with just other objects we haven't identified yet or can't explain.
Magic, invisible planets?
Yeah.
Nibiru or some bullshit like that, no doubt.
I don't think most of them believe in the Nibiru stuff, or Nibiru, however you say it.
That all comes from that book that guy wrote there, when he looked at the tablets found in Mesopotamia or whatever.
Yeah, the Scientologists.
Oh, that's what was on that fucking show I saw tonight. I was going to bring up about because the show is about the difference between astrology and astronomy, and when they finally separated, and astronomy actually became a science, which came in with Kepler.
Yeah.
And how the 5,000 years ago, the who the fuck are they? Who was that lived over there? Made them clay tablets, not the Mesopotamians. What was that culture back then, where Iraq is now?
The Sumerians?
Around that time. No, another culture. Oh, fuck.
I'm not smart enough in those ways.
I can't remember. There's Sumerians and there was another one. Oh, well, I can't remember anyway. It doesn't matter. Yakuthexus, you're outnumbered 7 billion to 5,000 at tops. I love reading the chat sometimes.
Normally, I like to pay attention to it, or I wanted to pay attention to it if I ever started doing these things. But, second. So if anybody's chatting stuff, I'm not paying any attention at all.
Or I just scan it once in a while.
Is my I've been kind of testing my ability to stream. Is this coming through well again? What I'm presenting?
You have an infinite mirror.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not showing what I'm actually doing right now. Okay, hang on.
Showing the hangout like infinitely.
That's irritating. 1 second.
It looks like, one of them, when you're standing between two mirrors.
Yeah. Does it show perspective?
No, you're just, no.
Good night, baby.
Night, babe.
Let me take a look. Let's see.
Cathexis is not a flat earther. You find the arguments to be strong and interesting. I find them to be stupid and pathetic.
I find them to be deceptive, dishonest.
Extremely. The way I look at it, some people, they say they're on the fence. Bullshit. If you even consider flat earth to be a possibility, you're not on the fence. You've already decided that if it's a possibility, then it could also be a reality. And that's simply not possible. So this fence-sitting stuff is a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, I think Cathexis has pulled himself back from the edge since first encountering some of this.
Well, you can't get to the edge. The dome's in the way.
Yeah.
I like that question. Who cleans the dome?
I don't think he does.
You know, you get little monkeys running up there to wash it every day.
Oh, who cleans the? Yeah, I know, right? How about
you know, all the pollution we put out in the atmosphere and their chemtrails and everything. Seems to me the dome would get awful dirty.
My wife just said, she sounds hideous.
Yeah.
The dome.
I'm gonna have to figure out why it's not presenting the other game I've got going on right now. I'm curious about this now.
Stitchin', that's who was Snack. Zachariah Stitchin'. Snack to the future. Did you enjoy the insults I gave you last night?
No, Snack confuses me because he seems like a genuine person.
I think he's part of the Matrix.
That could be true. Yeah.
But I came in. I was fucking hammered last night, so I got on there hitching for the truth, and I just all caps insulted the living shit out of all of them, and in particular Snack. I had much fun doing it.
You do get kind of belligerent given alcohol.
Oh fuck yeah! I only had one beer today, so I'm pretty sane, and my guy didn't find me my hash, so I wanted to smoke a joint today.
That's something I've never done before, and probably will never do.
Oh well, you don't have to. It's no big deal.
Yeah, no, I wasn't making a statement one way or the other about it, but
it's no big deal. No. I quit drinking for 8 fucking years straight. But I smoked a hell of a lot of weed. Yeah, when we did the flight simulator there, me and my friend, we were taking 4 or 5 hour flights. You know, we'd go from like, I don't know, Vancouver to Los Angeles or whatever. Typically, because we're in the East Coast and we'd be starting flying around 7, we'd go to the West Coast so we get some sunlight and a nice sunset. And be like, okay, hang on, gotta roll a joint for takeoff. Hang on, gotta roll a joint for fucking cruising altitude.
That's bad.
Oh, fuck, a 5 hour flight would be like 10 joints later.
Wow.
Hang on, I gotta circle the airport, I gotta roll a joint before I land. But the simulator is so fucking real.
I'm glad it was a simulator.
It's so real. I mean, the instrument landing system's working it, all the radio, everything is as it is on the globe. And some guy made that pissed me off. Some guy said flight simulator proves Earth is flat. He made a video about that. Did you ever see that one?
No, I didn't.
That was a while ago. It's been reposted a couple times, but because it says inside the description they use something about flat Earth, but the whole simulator is actually based on a globe. It's based on the WGS World Geodetic Survey from 1984.
Oh, Geodesy. Well, that's completely fake. We all know that.
Now, have you guys heard this? Some idiot today told me that Geodetic Survey says the world's potato-shaped.
Yeah, I heard that. That was Ian.
You were there, and I asked it. Yeah, you were there, Negator, and I fielded to you. You're only in the chat.
Yeah, I was at work. I couldn't get on.
And I was wondering, what the fuck? I've never heard of this.
Yeah, well, that was my response. Is who told you this? Where did this come from?
Oh shit.
What they don't understand is freaking scale. I mean, yes, the Earth is technically not exactly a perfect sphere, but it's so slight of a difference that you can't see it with your eyes. From where Himawari 8's taking the picture, you can't see the difference. I mean,
Oh, is that what he means? He's saying that a potato is an oblate spheroid?
Probably.
Yeah, was that what he was referencing?
Nil.
I guess so. Had to be. I mean, what, there's a 40-kilometer difference? Like, fuck. It's not even worth mentioning. And I've heard 3 people now say gravity says that the heavier object should hit the ground first, which is exactly the opposite of what gravity says.
Yeah, well, they constantly take our the spherical predictions and warp them to make it sound ridiculous.
Yeah. Exactly.
I hope everybody in chat, I hope you guys know, like, so I guess this would be a good chance to clear the air on some of the oblate spheroid things. So number one, when people say Neil deGrasse Tyson said the Earth is pear-shaped, he actually did not say that. What he was saying was, he said he was talking to the interviewer and said the Earth is oblate. And the interviewer said, "You mean like a pear?" And he agreed, right? Because she's, what interviewers do on any type of interviews, they try to break it down for the audience in the best way they see fit. So she said it was pear-shaped, and he said, "Yes, sure." Now the oblateness is, I don't remember the exact numbers, but all told, it's only like 10 miles outside of being a perfect sphere on both ends, right? So it's only like 5 or 6 miles poking out on the equator. And when we say it's poking out, we're not talking like like your love handles are, on your waistline, but rather it's a gradual thing all the way from the North Pole. And if you imagine 5, 6 miles on something that has a circumference of 25,000 miles, just not going to be perceptible, right? Or obviously, like you shouldn't expect to see a picture of the Earth and it be a giant apple or pear.
Which is also why you shouldn't expect to see buildings leaning over. You shouldn't expect to see a horizontal curve. I mean, it's the scale of things. Like, you don't see bacteria with your eyes. You need a microscope. And you don't see the curve with your eyes. You need a theodolite. I mean, this is just, like, this is very reasonable things that people should be able to just grasp. And they want to argue about it all the time.
But at a bear, I hopped in Hangout today and said, "I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to confront. But if you want me to explain something from our point of view, I'll do it, and otherwise I'll be quiet until that moment comes." And that's actually kind of nice because they would go back and forth about a theory or something they had, and then, "Hey, Negator, what do the Globers say about this?" And then I'd explain it, and they could take whatever, take it for what it's worth. But at a bare minimum, it allowed I was able to at least explain the topic properly so that it won't be strawmanned out of lack of understanding or ignorance of the topic. Really, we didn't talk about a whole lot. I don't think I got anywhere, but
unfortunately, the vast majority of people in this live in the northern hemisphere. So you get, you don't get, they get to ignore the whole southern hemisphere deal, and we don't even have enough people near the equator either to make observations.
Yeah, we need to find some.
It just ain't.
We need to find some guys in Australia that can work with us, or Brazil, or something like that.
Isn't Daz the cameraman Australian? Or is he?
He might be because no, he's in what's just east of Australia? What is it?
New Zealand?
Yeah, I think he's in New Zealand. Because him and Sean Hufford both filmed the sunspot, that big sunspot that was just like a month ago or something like that. They both filmed it at the same time. Sean was in the northern hemisphere, and Daza was in the southern hemisphere, and they showed that the sunspot was in different orientation based on the hemisphere. Just more proof that we're living on the globe.
Dave in the comments says here he has a shitload of evidence. He could fill up the whole chat room 20 times. Hey, Dave, you don't have any evidence.
Dave, if you believe there's evidence, you're brainwashed, bro. I mean, that's all there is to it. There is no evidence. Everything that has been put out there has been debunked a million times by smaller channels. For some reason, all the Flat Earth channels blow up with a bunch of people that want to watch train wrecks, but the freaking smaller channels have debunked every single thing that the Flat Earth leaders have put out there. Completely. Like with evidence supporting it.
Well, now your game's showing up.
All right, y'all can see one of my nerdy pastimes.
Sweet.
Blow shit up, fucking typical fucking American. Let me shoot something.
Ooh, this is hurting my frame rate. I don't know if I'm going to play.
That's good enough. That's how I got back into the flight simulator. My buddy there, I went over one night and I was fucking bored and I said, you know, what do you play online? Let's get on an online game. And I thought World of Warcraft or some stupid shit like that. He says, I don't play games. I do the flight simulator. Next thing I'm into it for almost 8 years. 5 years really heavy. Like every day we would do at least 5-hour flights every day. I know I could probably fly a 737. There'd be half the controls that I wouldn't, like the above panel, I wouldn't know a lot of the shit there. Of course, I'm not trained in a 737. But they actually did that on the Mythbusters, eh? Jamie.
Spaceman. No offense, but I wouldn't get on a 737 if you were flying it, because I know.
Well, no, I wouldn't recommend it either. But the Mythbusters did that one time because there was a question. They asked them. They said, you know, could somebody who's trained in a simulator fly a 737? And so Jamie there, the funnier guy, he actually went in a simulator, trained, and then they put him in a real 737 with a real pilot, obviously. Yeah. And he actually landed the fucking thing, no problem.
Damn.
Wow, no kidding.
Yeah, and they had the other guy who didn't do any training. He was completely lost. He didn't know anything. Didn't know what to do. So yeah, it's you know, a simulator is used it's a training tool. That's all it is. Just like books in school teach you about the round fucking Earth. So you can move on and do other science.
Yeah, and I don't even know how to pronounce your name. Cathexis? Cathexis? I don't know.
Cathexis is actually, I forget what it means again. I had to look it up. Cathexis, what does your name mean again?
You guys say we're wrong, but you cannot map a globe onto a flat piece of paper. That's why cartographers struggle with it. Okay, I mean, it doesn't work. So the math for flat does not work. You can't just say all the math for flat works just the same as it would on a globe. It's not possible based on topology.
Here's what cathexis means. The concentration of mental energy on one particular person, idea, or object, especially to an unhealthy degree.
Oh, that sounds about right.
It does. I wonder if you even knew what that meant. I just did Google it, cathexis. It's not a commonly used word.
And another thing, flat earthers that are here and have to listen to us now. Math is just a language. It's just a language, just like English is a language or Spanish is a language. And somebody could be speaking in a language that you don't understand doesn't mean they're not making sense. Same thing with math. People that know how to speak the language of math are still making sense. Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's wrong.
Exactly.
Good way of putting it. I hadn't thought about it like that.
Is math Discovered or created or invented?
I'd say it's a bit of both, or all.
It's already there, right? You just
Well, that is a philosophical debate. Is it already there and we just don't know it all yet, or are we making it up as we go along to explain the things that we need to explain? You know, so it's a good debate. I've seen a few of the. I've read some articles on the debate, and there's really no consensus. You got,
Yes, maths. Flat Earth, Alaska.
Maths. Flat Earth, Alaska. Do you understand the difference between mathematics and arithmetic? Probably not.
The the thing is that math is just a way for us to codify stuff that we observe.
That's it.
I mean, so I feel like it's mostly discovered. Like the Pythagorean theorem is discovered. You know, I mean, it's just,
yeah, because it exists in nature. I mean, it's a reality.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was a reality that existed before the math to describe it existed. Absolutely, I agree with that. I think it's discovered. That's my personal take on it.
Yeah.
You know, you flat earthers in here, I thought your mantra was ask questions. I haven't seen a single one.
they're here because they like it so much.
I don't even know why they're listening to us.
They're such nice guys. Negator's playing a video game.
Just,
And the other thing about math too is that there's a lot of things that in math that are deductive. I mean, it's not even a question whether it's true or not. It has to be true. And the flat Earth community is like of this mindset that nothing's known for sure. Like, it makes no sense.
I mean, part of it comes from their perspective of not knowing, right?
Yeah, I suppose so.
And just to naturally be wary of something that you don't know, which, it's not a terrible thing to be.
There's something wrong with critical thinking, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, at some point you just have to accept that there's gonna be things in this world you don't get. Like, I can't design a video game, but man, somehow this is working.
Yeah.
It's all math.
But the things that you don't know, you have to be honest enough to say, I don't know. That's where we have the biggest headbutting sessions, is people that are saying, we know the Earth is flat. No, you don't.
You're a programmer, Stanley, so I've run into a few of these flat earthers who claim to know something about computers, and I ask them a simple question to know whether they actually are telling me the truth or not. And I'm not putting you on the spot here, because you don't necessarily have to know the answer to this question, but you might, because if you have an ability to program computers, you understand math, you might know this. So what operations do a computer do to do all the things that we see it do? And do you know what I mean by
like bit shifts and stuff like that?
That's one of them. Shift is one of them. So a bit shift is one operation. There's only one other operation that a computer does.
XOR?
XOR? I didn't catch that.
An XOR?
No, they add.
Okay, add, yeah.
So the only two things a computer is capable, but you got one of them, so good enough. Nobody else has ever got that. So you know what a shift register is, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I took assembly. I don't say I'm an expert in it, but I took it.
No, that's fine. To be a programmer, you don't have to know how the guts actually work. I took hardware and software, so I know both. But adding and shifting, that's all a computer can do. Can't do a fucking other thing. Not a single other thing. So obviously, you know, so a computer we know can add, subtract, multiply, and divide. So it multiplies. So it multiplies by doing repetitive addition and obviously repetitive subtraction for division. And how does it subtract? By using the 2's complement.
What's a 2's complement? Oh, you mean like binary by... Never mind. Question stands. What's the 2's complement?
Yeah, it's a binary operation. It's a binary math operation. I think you shift one to the right, and then you turn the most significant bit into a 1.
Yeah. Okay, I can do that. Sure.
And then you add them, and it actually subtracts one from the other.
Yeah.
So
there's really neat tricks when it comes to binary. That's why all of our computers on binary.
So there's proof right there that math is real and it works. And these idiots all use a fucking computer and yet deny all science. While they call all scientists liars who invented the fucking computer for them so they could insult them.
This is kind of rough. Makes you want to... I was originally supposed to teach CCNA, and they shifted me to teach some other stuff, so now I'm getting curious about going back and relearning subnetting and getting the ECENT and some of those related certifications.
Oh, subnetting and routing. I like subnetting. That was one of my favorite things. Figuring out, the mathematics involved in IP addresses and routing and shit like that.
Yeah, I mean, I can do basic subnetting right now, but I'm just really rusty and would need to refresh myself on all that stuff.
Yeah, the CCNA guys got paid a lot of money when that certification was big.
Yeah, I don't know if I would want to make it a focus because it would bore me doing that all day long.
Well, it's fucking complicated though, dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it's full of challenges and puzzles too. I mean, some of it's mundane and boring, but there are some things that are pretty creative when it comes to that.
This is what I was wondering, instead of these fucking flat earth chats, I was thinking about starting to find a chat where people actually do talk about science.
Exactly,
where it'd be a lot more challenging, like, going up against people that know more than I do would be a lot more fun.
Well,
what's up, guys?
What's up?
Steve almost got me with a couple of questions. There are some things that he knew, or at least could recite that I had no idea.
Who's that?
It's Michael. Michael's here. Michael, you're out of your mind. You know that?
What's up, Brian?
Michael, the crazy commenter.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me okay? My mic is like, it's on the fritz. It's like all the way on the fritz.
Right now we hear you, yeah.
Okay, just let me know. If I get on a tangent and it's like cutting out, don't let me continue. Just let me know that it's cutting out.
Okay.
Yeah, but you always get on a tangent, dude.
That's what I do, bro.
Maybe he meant tangent lines in regards to arcs and angles and stuff.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean.
Earlier he told me that I should die. I don't understand that, buddy.
Michael's got a split personality. He's a completely different person in the fucking chat box.
I'm not a split personality. I'm the same guy. So I mean, like, think about it, Negator. If you died, everybody, like, you just think of it. You'd get the whole, like, fucking 21 gun salute and like all that cool stuff, Even if it was over a lie.
Yeah, but why would you wish that on somebody? Like most flat earthers, they ascribe to a spiritual belief and doing the right thing and being a good person and all that stuff, and that shit was just entirely contrary.
Flat earther, like, I'm individual, and yeah, I mean, why don't you just, like, if you like go and martyr yourself? I mean, like, dude, you get all kinds of benefits.
So, so this is like you're. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to trigger me here? What's going on?
No, you're asking me like.
Yeah,
You're
like
telling me that
why
I'm
you
like
would
out
wish
of
death
my mind
upon
for saying
somebody
maybe.
so that their family would miss them, right? Unless I misunderstood what you were telling me.
Okay, well let me try and clarify. Just like I said, let me know if my mic cuts off because it does that. So if you martyr yourself or if you die, right? You like go off into some foreign war. I don't know if you have children, um,
My goodness.
but if you die, maybe they'll question, which is something that you're unable to do, the government.
So
Like,
that's worth it to
I
you,
don't
right?
even follow.
I mean, yeah,
Proving your principle, right, is worth someone dying.
Look,
no, I'm not trying to prove a principle. I'm saying that maybe they'll be able to question authority, something that you're unable to do. So
that's not true at all.
I'm unable.
What are you talking about?
Wow.
Dude, first of all,
you guys think that
Oh, fuck.
you're
we must be on common ground here because I'm a libertarian, dude. I'm all about getting rid of laws, shrinking the government as much as possible. Let people smoke if they want to smoke. Let people do drugs if they want to do it. It's none of my business as long as they ain't hurting me. So I am definitely not all about the government. So
You
don't
want to get rid of the FDA too, and maybe scrap the Clean Air Act and a few other
yeah,
things
we
like
should
that.
definitely get rid of the FDA, and I mean,
Of course, you should get rid of them.
But I guess he thinks because I work directly for the government that I automatically support all of their policies and all that.
that you don't know what the petrodollar deal entails. I
No,
mean,
that's fine.
theme parks and recreation.
Who do you work for, Michael? What do you do?
I work for myself.
He's a salesman, I think.
I'm not a salesman. I mean, if you like, I guess you could equate it to that. Like, I deal in commerce.
So what do you sell people? Like you get it from somebody, right? Whatever commerce or trade it is you're a part of, you get that item from somewhere, right?
I mean, I don't get items from. I don't know. I do it like transportation. I deal with transportation. I work from home.
Okay, that's fine. Look, I'm not trying to, ad hominem whatever it is that you do.
No, that's totally fine. Yeah, like I'll tell you what I do. I'm like a logistics coordinator from home. I get freight from places that have freight, and I move the freight from one place to another on trucks.
That's fine, but what you're saying is that, like, because I work for the government, I automatically assume all of their positions.
No,
whereas, who do you work for?
That you're in the military.
So what? I'm a cog in a machine, just like you're a cog in a machine.
We don't need the military. First of all, how's the military government? It's not really even government.
It's absolutely government. It's not
Absolutely
a militia.
not. Absolutely not. When the government decides to start taking over everybody and all this conspiratard stuff that the government's supposed to do, guess who's the first people that are going to stand up and prevent that? It's going to be our military. That's who's going to prevent it.
Okay,
you may as well accuse me of working for the military too.
There were people.
I consulted for the military for years.
I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off, Spaceman. What are you trying to say?
Well, I said if you're going to accuse a Negator of working for the military, you may as well accuse me because I worked for national defense for years.
For what?
For national defense. I'm Canadian though, so.
Okay, so Canadian National Defense.
Yeah, I consulted to the national defense. I did all kinds of work for the year. I worked for the federal government for like I don't know how many fucking years. So you may as well accuse me too.
The point though, Michael, is that like
throwing everybody into a big.
I need a beer.
That was you're really cruel. Like what's wrong with you?
I don't know if there's something wrong with me, and if you want to consider me cruel, that's fine. But I'm just not going to cater to your fucking ego and to your. I don't support our fucking troops, and I'm specifically talking about the United States. I'm not sure what the Defense Task Force or whatever the fuck you work for, Spaceman, does for the Canadian Army or who they answer to. But I know that the United States military is governed by international law, which is governed by the United Nations. So I mean, the point that I'm trying to make, Negator, is that you are willing to lay down your life, or at least you claim to be, as a part of the military.
I don't think he carries a gun in the class.
Sorry, what, Spaceman?
I said, I believe he's a teacher and probably doesn't carry a gun into class.
What do you teach?
This is
if
true.
You do teach.
Well, finish your thought, because it's a little bit more complicated than I'm just a teacher. But finish your thought.
Okay. So if you are either willing to lay down your life, or you are teaching people how to lay down their life, or whatever it is, for the Army, which is a military body that operates outside of the United States, can you just to, I guess, refresh my historical knowledge on when can you tell me when the last war that was fought on United States soil was?
It's been quite a while. So, but here's the thing, right? Like, I don't make these decisions, and again, I am a cog in the machine, right? And that machine must be there, right? Because if something bad were to happen and we did not have a standing army, we'd be screwed, right? If somebody did decide, go ahead.
Standing armies?
I'm sorry. Say it one more time.
Did I say that I was against standing armies?
No, but your line of reasoning is against standing armies. All right.
The American Constitution didn't want a standing army.
The real point, though, that I'm getting at, though, Michael, is and this is, I don't get to these often, is philosophical in nature, and it's that you are so convicted of whatever it is that you believe, and I think at this point it's just you don't like me, right? Hang on. It's that you want me to die, right? You wished me death. Did you not? You wished sorrow upon my family because you don't like my view.
I think that I think it would be good if you were to die.
So for the other folks in chat, in Texas and Alaska, and some of the other flat earthers out there, like, I want y'all to see this, right? Because at what point have I ever said that to anybody? Like, I think all of you.
I don't know, man.
That's why I don't think that.
That's why I've asked you. Have you seen? Have you killed anybody?
Flat earther, you are.
Have you?
You're a fucking nasty.
Flat earther, you fucking, like, come on.
You're a nasty person, dude.
Yeah, this is really, like, this transcends the entire topic.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with flat Earth, round Earth at this point.
Oh no, this Michael guy's a fucking nasty piece of shit. I've seen his comments and the things he says. Just a nasty fucker.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. I think he doesn't like that I'm confident, that I come off as arrogant, that I know things that he doesn't.
That's all fine.
So, are you suggesting that we shouldn't have a military? I mean, is that what you're suggesting?
I'm suggesting that our military should defend our country.
It does.
And because we don't, and you disagree with that, I should die.
Our military does defend our country. What are you talking about?
Like,
my reasoning.
What specifically are you talking about? What is your complaint about the military? Because I'm not following.
The military works for our government. I'm specifically talking about the United States government.
Yeah, that's how all militaries work. I mean, what are you talking about?
Right. Can you let me finish? Okay, you're being silent, so I'm going to assume that you're going to let me finish. Our military works for money. This is all about money. You go to Iraq, you go to Afghanistan, you go to Syria, you go to all these foreign countries in order to dominate them for getting off of the petrodollar deal.
Can I ask one favor? Is that if you make a point, that you let us respond to that point and don't go on making multiple points?
Go ahead and respond to the point.
Okay. If it was all about money and all about oil, we would just plant a flag in Kuwait and plant a flag in Iraq, and we would take all their oil.
The United States public wouldn't fall for that. They wouldn't.
What does it matter? We have the biggest fucking military that exists. What does it matter if the public cares?
Because there are 300 million people here. If you don't.
So what? Who cares?
Standing behind the military.
So what? Who cares? They have all the freaking weapons. They have all the guns. What does it matter? They just plant flags and take all the oil if it's about money. If it's just about money, that's what they would do.
To the government because they have big guns. Does that mean I should listen to what the fuck they have to say?
No, I'm trying to make the point that if the government and the military was really after just taking all the money and taking all the oil, that they wouldn't give a fuck what the citizenship would have to say.
People would refuse to pay taxes to support that type of military. If they
Okay.
did propagandize their own people into thinking they were doing something good.
Wow.
So you're telling me that there's never been a socialist dictatorship that forced its own people to pay taxes?
No, I didn't make that claim, no.
Well, that's what you're saying, because that's exactly what we could do. If we really wanted to do what you're suggesting, that's exactly what the government could do, because they do have that power.
Rebellion. The absolute worst situation for the United States government is a physical rebellion, and that's why they have to lie in order to promote these wars. That Negator. What is so funny, Spaceman? I just don't know why this is funny. We're talking about
Do you know
war.
why America? Do you know why America pretends to be the policeman of the world when they're not actually the policeman of the world? Why they actually go into other countries? You don't go into other countries for the other country's benefit. You go in there to protect your own interests, like corporations.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean it's like George Bush. Oh, we're going to install democracy in Iraq. Bullshit. It had nothing to do with that. America's never tried to put democracy in any other country on fucking planet Earth. And 99 times out of 100, they go in there CIA first under some covert fucking operation with shitloads of money to buy off some fucking local fucking Sandinistas or whatever to overthrow the proper government. They did it in...
Thank you. Spaceman, I was under the impression that there was no brain inside that fucking head of yours, but it sounds like you actually did do something.
That has nothing to do...
You're just throwing things in black... You're just throwing things... Go ahead, Spaceman.
But on the other hand, America also got into both world wars, and without America, that would have turned out completely different. Granted, America was obviously the last to enter both wars, but without America, those wars would have been lost to the enemy.
So the last war on American soil, your question that you asked earlier, was freaking Pearl Harbor. I mean, that was recent history, Pearl Harbor. And you're suggesting that we should just, like, I don't know what you're suggesting, just not have a military or something. It doesn't make sense what you're saying.
I was going to go back to the War of 1812, but you're right, Pearl Harbor.
But anyway...
I mean, I disagree with the official narrative on Pearl Harbor, but...
Jesus.
What do you mean you disagree with it? It's fucking history. It was filmed.
Look, I'm a libertarian. I'm all for bringing our troops home.
Okay,
and staying out of foreign wars as much as possible, unless there's another Hitler on the world scene. Okay, but just throwing all of our troops into this big basket of like.
No, I'm perfectly aware of the fact that there are oath keepers. There are people in our military that would not fire on United States citizens, for example, if martial law was imposed. But those same people also refuse to go to wars that are unjust. So if you continue
wait.
to
What do you mean?
Take part in unjust wars, then you yourself are admitting and just basically bowing down to the status quo.
But you're trying to do this black and white thing on unjust wars. What's just and what's unjust? I mean, it's not like our president threw down an executive order and said this is what we're doing. I mean, a bunch of people sat in a room and talked about it and figured it out.
Did you vote on it?
You voted. The people in the position that voted on it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
No, I didn't vote.
You vote for your leadership. You don't vote if you're going to go to war. You can't have a vote every time you want to go to war. That's ridiculous.
It's really not ridiculous. I mean, yeah, there would be a certain part of the population that may not be able to participate on short notice whether or not we should go to war. And I'm all for a representative republic, but I'm asking you, did you vote to go to war? Did you agree to go to war in Afghanistan or Iraq? Do you think that those were just wars?
No, I didn't agree to go to war there, but I also didn't agree to go to war fighting in World War II either, and neither did my grandparents. What are you talking about?
How old you are.
What?
But if the American public was given time to analyze the facts with Pearl Harbor, they wouldn't have agreed to go to, like, or
Are you
participate.
kidding me?
No, I'm not.
So,
A
hey,
foreign
Michael,
country bombs your
hey, Soundline,
military.
I want to interject real quick because I want to continue. Hang on, Michael. Hang on. I want to continue this line of thinking because it does interest me, right? And I've got my own thoughts on it. But my thesis statement, my summary doesn't have anything to do with this, and it's that you told me you wished I would die, right? And my family would miss me, right? And you want that to happen to prove a point, right? Like, what kind of person are you?
I don't want to prove a point. Like I said,
of course you do. That's
I
exactly
think
why
that it would be beneficial for your life to end, so that maybe your family members would be able to question something that you're unable to do, the government that sent you to your death.
I remember Jesus saying words just like that.
Yeah. I mean,
to be Jesus, I don't understand where you guys are getting to. You called me a flat earther. I just.
well, you're a moron. I don't know what else to tell you.
Okay, I'm not saying you're Jesus. Obviously, I'm asking you. Are you a Christian?
No.
You're not a Christian? Okay, well then I can't hold you to that standard. Yeah, there you go.
Maybe he's a Muslim.
No, I do believe that the Hebrew-inspired texts are valid.
Okay, so you're Jewish then?
Yahushua, I believe, was the Messiah.
Oh, so you are a Christian then?
No.
Okay, now you're just playing. Now you're just playing the syntax game.
You got shitloads of gods to pick from. Pick one. There's only about 30,000 current gods on planet Earth. That people.
It doesn't matter. You could be an atheist. The point is that there is
Galileo and Aristophanes. Those are your gods.
No, they're not. Why, not at all. Why would you say that?
Nope.
Like, what's wrong with you?
Holy fuck.
Gospel.
No. Okay, look, I'm not even sure. Why are we talking to a person that thinks a vacuum cleaner accurately represents a vacuum chamber? Michael, please go get a degree in something. Anything.
I don't need to get a degree. I already explained to you that I work for myself. I make money.
That's fine, but you're just not very intelligent.
I don't have to get childcare. I live a pretty decent life, man, and I didn't go to fucking school to do it.
Look, that's wonderful, but the point is, you say you don't go to school, and I'm glad you live a decent life.
Degree? What the fuck is the point of getting a degree, man?
Because then you could understand things like the difference between a vacuum cleaner and a vacuum chamber, or why you shouldn't wish death on people to prove a point.
Like, get rid of
just basic morality. I mean,
yeah,
you don't even have to have faith to have basic morality. That's the crazy thing about it.
I guess that's the point, is you lack that. Like, regardless of what you believe, you're just a bad person.
Or dogma.
Look, I'm a Christian. Christian.
You gotta admit it's entertaining, guys.
I'm a Christian. Me and Spaceman have gone back and forth on another chat.
Okay.
Obviously, we have differing beliefs when it comes to faith, but we both will agree that there's like a basic level of ethical behavior and morality that everybody should share. And one of them is you should not wish death on other people just because you don't like them.
All you need to do is have the basic standard morals that we also live by is do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. That's as simple as that. That's all you need. You don't need no fucking religion. You don't need no God. You don't need no fucking book. Just do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. That's it. Simple.
You're right, Spaceman. And I hope that everything that you've done
tell
will
the
be
truth. And Michael, tell the truth. Instead of fucking lying, tell the truth.
What am I lying about, Spaceman?
Virtually everything you talk about. You told us that we have we think scientists are gods.
Retards think about you can say is that reptiles and fucking lizards and Earth looks flat, so it must be flat. NASA's liars, so it must be flat. No, you're not making a fucking argument. What did I lie about, Spaceman?
He just said it, right? You think we think that Galileo and these folks are gods?
You absolutely take their word as gospel.
Do you know what pluralist is?
We take their word as gospel. Oh my God.
No,
That's fucking stupid, Michael.
You just don't understand what science is, then, if you say that, because what science is repeated observations, repeated experimentation. You do it, multiple people do it and verify it. I mean, it's not like one person did it and everybody's like, oh shit, oh yeah, we're going to believe him. No, that's not how it works.
Do you know what intellectual phase locking is, Soundly?
Why don't you tell me? Educate me.
Intellectual phase locking is when the academic convention all decide to basically get the same measurements on the same thing, so that the speed of light is measured at the same speed all over the world at the same time. Even though it's claimed to be a constant, it seems to have changed over the years, just like the distance to the sun.
Okay. Okay. If that's what you believe, all you got to do is set up an experiment and come up with some empirical evidence, publish it in a journal, and have it peer reviewed. And you will be accepted just like all the rest of the other scientists. That's how science works.
Hey, Michael, do you know why C is the letter for the speed of light?
Your mic's acting up.
Person who tried to basically challenge the academia of the day, and his name was last name was Van Allen.
Michael, do you know why the letter C is used as the speed of light? Yes or no?
Please inform me, Spaceman. I don't know why the letter C is used for the speed of light.
Obviously not, because you're not educated. Because
okay, well, please fucking tell me, dude.
Because C stands for the speed of causality, which is what the speed of light is. The speed of causality.
Just like weight is gravity, man.
Weight is gravity.
Okay.
Well, you know, here's the thing. I've asked so many of you guys, do you know the difference between inertia and momentum and what the units are? No, nobody does. Do you know the difference between mass and weight, what the units are? No, you don't. Do you know what the units of acceleration are? No, you don't.
Of measuring things. I mean, like, I understand.
Do you know what the difference between inertia and momentum is?
What you've done is you've
answer a fucking question. Instead of yakking over everybody. Do you know what the difference between inertia and momentum is?
No, I don't. Please enlighten me. Is it?
Then how can you possibly argue about the shape of Earth when you don't even know basic concepts like inertia and momentum, which you would have to know in order to make that argument?
I'm here on the Earth, or in the
Earth. You guys
Earth.
are so fucking uneducated. It's not even funny.
I don't need to be educated.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. It's blatantly obvious you need an education.
To use my senses. It's the same reason.
You need to understand physical laws, physical concepts, mathematical principles, or you can't make an argument. This is why all you ever do is come up with bullshit and obnoxious statements and ignorant comments, because you don't have an argument. You don't have anything. So all you can do is talk about lizard people and shit like that.
See, there you go. Go ahead and say, because it looks flat and NASA lies.
That's all you have.
What are you talking about?
That's the whole flat Earth argument. It looks flat and NASA lies. That's it. That's all you got. Oh, and God said so.
Let me ask you. Let me take a step back and let me just ask you this question: How many millions of people would have to be in on this conspiracy for it to be true? I mean, they'd all have to be lying, and they'd all have to be keeping it a secret. And in none of this time, since all the space agencies have formed and all the engineering companies have started building rockets to fly to space and launch satellites, and none of that time, never has there been one rebellious teenager that just said, no, my dad's lying, and outed the whole thing. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Or one pissed off wife at her husband that said, he fucking told me in bed, where the 99% of secrets are spilled are in bed.
How many people have been to space?
It's in the hundreds. I don't know. It's a lot.
Okay, so then why are you bringing up the millions figure?
Millions of people work in the industry is what you said.
Dude, are you telling me that all these engineers are building these multi-million-dollar rockets to launch them into the ocean?
Here we go. I'm sorry, go ahead and repeat that.
They actually believe that, dude. They actually believe that, Stanley.
Sorry, what did he say?
I said you're basically saying that North Korea, who obviously hates the United States, instead of outing the United States and saying that space isn't real, they launched a satellite into space in 2016. So Russia, who historically has had problems with the United States and was in a space race with them, instead of outing the United States and saying space isn't real, they launched freaking dogs into space.
Even North Korea launched a satellite, for fuck's sake.
Do you understand how powerful the delusion is of telling people that you basically understand the physical world more than they do?
No, hold on a second. The point I'm making is that there are literally millions of people that have either built rockets or been part of these, people.
This number from Soundly. Where are you getting this number of millions of people who
Okay.
have done rockets?
Okay, let's drop it down to thousands. What's the difference?
400,000 worked on the Apollo missions alone.
Like, causation or correlation is not causation. You're trying to say basically because it's too big of a conspiracy to have possibly existed, then it must be.
No. What I'm saying is that it's too big of a conspiracy for you to not take a hint and go look for other information. That's what I'm saying. Because there is a lot more information out there, and
it proved that the spherical spinning ball Earth is wrong.
Do what? Mic check.
I mean, like it's gonna get deep here. Okay, so let's talk about the Lagrange point. Why does the Lagrange point work? Why does the moon stay where it is in orbit? Why is it not affected by the sun's gravity? Explain to me in a very, I guess, layman manner, because I'm not a smart man. I'm not educated like you guys are. Please explain to me how.
Of course you're not.
You don't believe in gravity, so you're not going to accept the
validation of.
Go ahead.
You're saying it's not true, but you can't prove it is true either. So how can you make any assertion?
There we go. It's ISIS. You Australian?
If I were a child, how the Lagrange point works.
Flat Earthers have got some pretty nonsense ideas, man. I'll ask you this because I know this for a fact. Have you measured the planet?
Zeisis. How does the Lagrange point work? Speak to me as if I were a child.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. But have you measured the planet?
Lagrange point is, or what the fuck are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say, have you measured the planet?
No, I have not measured the fucking planet.
Then how the fuck do you know what the shape of it is?
I'm asking you what the fuck the Lagrange point is and how it works. Me as if I were a child.
Well, from my point of view, you don't know what you're talking about to begin with. Like, you've got a.
All right, I will tell you, as a child. Okay.
Thank you. Soundly.
The Lagrange points is just the balance in between two gravitational bodies. It's like right in the middle of it, to where you're just being pulled equally by both of them.
What about when the moon is on the opposite side of the sun from the Earth? I mean,
what about it?
How does it work?
Wait.
We're talking about we're talking about what Spaceman talked about in the very beginning, which is the inverse square law. The moon is a whole lot closer to the Earth than it is to the moon, so it is affected way more by the Earth than the moon. By the sun.
When it's on the other side.
What about it?
The Earth, away from the sun. Does it work the same way? Why does it not slow down? Why does it travel the same speed?
Because the sun is a long ways away.
Because the sun is a long ways away.
Yes.
All orbits of all planets speed up and slow down. The moon speeds up and slows down. The Earth speeds up and slows down.
That's why they're not perfect spheres.
And that leads into Kepler's second law, right? But
vibration.
But the moon doesn't speed up that much, and the Earth doesn't speed up that much. It's very minimal. That's why you all think that you only see one side of the moon, and you do. But you see 59% of it, not just 50%. Right? Because by the time you go to the other side of the Earth,
air vibration. Yeah.
Okay, I'm a child right now, and you've lost me. But go ahead.
The Earth and Sun are a system, right? Or the Earth and the Moon are a system that orbits around the Sun as a system. The moon belongs to Earth, not to the sun. Comets belong to the sun, not
Comets
the moon.
belong to the sun.
Because as you get further away from things, the attractive force of gravity decreases exponentially. That's why.
The force of gravity is not demonstrable, but
Yes, it is. Try and jump off the surface of the Earth. Try it. I want you to see you jump off the surface of the Earth. Because gravity is demonstrable. You see, what they saw was that things fell to the Earth. That was a force, and so they gave it a name. They called it gravity.
That does not mean that it is applicable to outside of Earth, okay? Like, it just doesn't make sense.
Gravity.
Of course it does, dude.
Gravity.
The force that pulls us down, it does not have a Lagrange point. Okay?
What?
It does not have a fucking Lagrange
I was the one that had to explain to you like a child what a Lagrange point was. So now you're trying to tell me about it?
If I have a bowling ball and a pea,
And you drop them both.
why does not the pea attract to the bowling ball?
This is not very
It does.
big.
It actually does.
I mean,
It actually
does.
It actually does get attracted to the bowling ball, but the Earth is so much fucking bigger that it doesn't matter.
It does matter, man. I mean, if it's not
Why?
demonstrable, sorry,
It is demonstrable. That's why we have parachutes.
no, we have parachutes us down. Like, I mean,
You're saying gravity doesn't exist, man, but you can't disprove it doesn't. I mean, you throw an apple in the air, it falls in your head. I mean,
I can't prove that it does not
it's like Kubrick tries to tell you in 2001, the monkey throws the bone and it turns into a satellite.
You've taken applied science and added to it and given some false name to it, gravity, in order to explain something that you can demonstrate on Earth, which is
It's force in motion, mate. It's FM equals MA. I mean, what the hell?
Let me take another tact with you right here. Let me take another tact. Okay. So you're telling me that there's this vast conspiracy which is so good that we can actually model the physics of it in a computer program and it works.
No, it doesn't fucking work. That's why you had to come up with like dark matter and dark energy, my friend.
Oh my God.
Really? So you're telling me that physics don't work in video games? Is that what you're telling me?
Theoretical physics don't work in reality is what I'm telling you. That's why the computer model, when they put your figures, your ball earth figures into the fucking computer, they had to explain why it didn't work. And they had to make things stick using something that they referred to as fictional bodies. The same thing that rocket engines in space push against.
What? Oh my goodness. No.
Wow.
Wow.
If you're telling me that if you're floating in free space and you have a bowling ball in your hand and you throw it, that you don't think that you would move?
I did not say that. I actually.
That's exactly what rockets do. They eject exhaust out of their tail, and that's why they move.
I mean, correct me if I'm
Not
wrong.
pushing against anything. They're pushing against the exhaust, which they are leaving behind.
I get you, dude, but the entire vacuum of space is sucking on that rocket like a fucking old prostitute sucking a golf ball through a garden hose.
No, it's not. That's not how vacuums don't suck. The air and the atmosphere pushes. The atmosphere pushes into a vacuum. Vacuums do not suck. That is not true. If there was no atmospheric pressure, there would be no force.
He actually thinks a vacuum is a vacuum cleaner, doesn't he?
Dude, I think that vacuums are negative pressure. When you fucking have negative pressure,
You can't achieve that. It's a myth. It's pseudoscience you're speaking right now.
So there's a 1 atmosphere of pressure pressing down on you right now. If you create a vacuum, that is what, if you create a vacuum in a Coke can, that's what crushes the Coke can is the atmosphere.
Square inch of air pressure pushing on me right now. Actually, 30 units of barometric pressure, which translates to about 15 psi. It's pressing on me right now. If I go up to a high fucking mountain, I weigh less because there is less pressure pushing on me. And I heard you, Spaceman, making the claim earlier that liquid cannot be compressed. But I also heard you make the claim that there's more pressure at the bottom of the ocean than there is at the top of the ocean. So is a
Because
liquid
water
being
has a weight, mate.
more dense
If I stack 500 buckets of water on your head, dude, it's going to weigh a fucking lot, isn't it? Think about that when you're deep in the ocean. It weighs a shit ton.
I don't
tons
really
of pressure on you.
I've had
Just like oxygen, man. You've got like tons of air on you. It still has pressure. That's what causes
Liquid's volume cannot be compressed, and that is demonstrable by experiments, unless you're on a neutron star, and then it will compress. But
will it?
In our Earth, it doesn't compress.
You can compress liquid on a neutron star, really?
Yeah, because the whole freaking atom gets compressed.
Oh yeah, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah.
Okay.
I suppose it'd turn into plasma eventually.
Right. So there's not more pressure at the bottom of the ocean than there is at the top of the ocean.
Of course there's more.
Of course there is, because there's more water up above your head.
Duh.
There's a column of water above your head.
This is irrelevant because I've done military diving, mate, and you go down with a 3 mil wetsuit on, it'll be like paper at 60 feet. Like, it'll crush. The wetsuit, the rubber that you're wearing, it'll actually crush, and you'll be wearing like a paper. It's as thin as cigarette paper. It's unbelievable. The pressure will just crush it completely, and you'll get what's called Dunny flush syndrome. That's why deep sea divers use dry suits, because no wetsuit works. It just ends up being like a loose pajama suit. It's tight as hell when you're in the surface. Just like if you get a balloon down in the bottom of the ocean, put a little tiny bit of air in it, then let it go. What happens?
The water, it's only the body that's in the water that is compressed. It's not the water itself.
No, it's the weight of the water on you. The water has mass. It weighs a lot.
I'm aware of that, my friend. What I'm trying to explain to you is that the density is increased at the lower parts of the ocean.
No, because liquids are incompressible, so the density of the water is the exact same at the bottom of the ocean as it is at the top of the ocean.
It's not incompressible. It's difficult to compress.
No, it's incompressible. All liquids on planet Earth are
unless you're on a neutron star.
If you increase the pressure on a liquid, it becomes a solid.
What?
No. Michael, this is what we're talking about, Michael. This is what we're talking about.
Oh,
you just don't know how things work. Like, that's not how any of this works.
Yeah, that's what all the deep sea divers say. Yeah, we get down to the bottom and we're like in a solid all of a sudden.
There's sufficient amount of pressure at the bottom of the ocean to make it a solid. It said the more pressure you have on a particular type of substance, it either becomes a liquid or it becomes a solid.
Really? Then why do you find oil deep down inside the Earth?
Pressure on water, it turns into a gas.
If what you just said is true, then oil shouldn't exist.
Why shouldn't oil exist?
Anyway.
Because it's got pressure. It's got all this shit on top of it. You have to go down, they go down 5,000 feet in the Gulf of Mexico, and then they go another mile inside the Earth. So you're 2 miles into the Earth, but yet the oil's still a liquid. So what you just said is demonstrably false.
It is no. Each compound has its own freezing point. Its own.
Oh, now we're gonna move the goalpost, really?
Yeah.
Let's move the goalpost. Let's move the goalpost.
I'm not even
dude, okay. If you're going to talk about substance, or what do we call it? Like you start with solid, you get liquid. Yeah, you heat solid and it turns liquid. No matter what, it turns to liquid. If you heat liquid, well, hear me out, dude. You might actually learn something here. If you heat liquid, what do you get? Go
ahead.
If you heat liquid, what do you get? Gas. Yeah. What happens if you heat gas?
Do you know what happens when you heat liquid?
Do you know what happens if you heat gas?
Why it turns into a gas?
Yeah. I don't know the techniques of it. I'm not a chemist.
Okay, so
I do know what happens to gas. We've only just discovered it. Like, it's fair.
Kinetic energy overcomes the molecular bonds, turns into gas. Okay, move on.
I invite you to go and have a look at the Skunk Works Area 51, because it's not top secret. You all think it is, because you believe it's top secret, therefore you block your minds from it. If you go to the DARPA website, they will talk about what they're doing at Area 51 and what they have been doing for many, many years. It's very interesting. They have built what's called the CFR, the Compact Fusion Reactor. And France, this is amazing. It's amazing what the Americans have done. You know, I'm an Aussie, it's obvious. But it's amazing what the Americans have done over the last 50 years, because the French are building a compact fusion reactor of their own. It's about 8 stories high and weighs about 240,000 tons. It is a massive monstrosity. It's like the Hadron Collider. It is absolutely massive. The Americans wheeled theirs out of a hangar and said, here's ours, and it's the size of a bathtub. Now, what is a compact fusion reactor? Well, it's 2 nozzles of water squirting at each other at super high pressures that turn it, as it goes down the barrel, it turns into gas because it goes under tremendous amounts of pressure. And then when the gases actually hit at the fulcrum, it turns into plasma. And then they weave the plasma with electromagnets into a fine, like you would weave wool. And then we get energy. And that's how we can actually, that is the new way of getting electricity. That's also the new method of rocketry. There are 3 plasma rockets being developed right now. The English are developing a microwave rocket. Well, it's running. It's working. A microwave rocket.
Hey,
Okay. Well,
Hitchhiker, your name's Mike, is that right?
I don't know where you're going with that.
Hitchhiker, what's your name?
My name's Mike.
Okay, Mike. I just want to make sure I was calling you right. What do you think's in space? Like, what do you think space is?
I think it's like room, but I don't think that there's a space in the way that you're like empty space, like you're describing it. Or that you believe.
Okay, well, be more specific. What's room mean?
It's like okay, so I mean, imagine a bedroom or a room that has nothing in it, no particles. Nothing.
Okay, so there is an empty vacuum there then?
In the room that we're describing, we can pretend that there is, yes.
Well, I thought you were just arguing. I thought you were just arguing with us about it being an empty vacuum.
No, I don't. I just don't believe that space exists. So I mean, like when we're talking about rockets working in a vacuum.
Okay, where are the stars at? They're not in space?
No.
So there is no space?
I just, it's difficult for me to understand what you're saying because when you say space, I think of like.
What is above our atmosphere?
You mean above all of the particles, like all of the physical matter?
All the air, right?
I don't know.
So you don't know, and there's a boatload of scientists that say they know.
Who say they know,
right.
Yeah.
And there's at least, I don't know, 500 astronauts. I don't know how many there have been, but at least 500 people that have been in it.
Yeah.
And have witnessed it that say they know. But
am I cutting up? Can you guys hear me? I'm sorry. I'm just double checking that my shit's working.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
So all these people say they know it. They all have to be lying, basically. That's what you're saying.
No. I think that they've been given formulas to figure certain things out. I mean, like the
astronauts that actually experienced it. That's what I'm talking about. They're lying. They're all lying.
I think they are. That's my opinion. Yes.
That's really stretching credibility, man.
I mean, you can take it as you want, but.
Jeez, how would you like that? You know, spend your entire life studying hard, working hard, you know, committing yourself for your entire life, only for someone to turn around and call you full of shit.
Yep.
That's so disrespectful. That is so arrogant.
Your argument.
Without even understanding it, though, like without even measuring the planet, without even knowing about anything, like, you know, just not knowing, but you know, you're just full of shit because of reasons.
To truly explain the Lagrange point, I get you guys saying like, okay, well, there's a physical body here and there's a physical body here, like, you know, the Lagrange point is a place in between those 2 points where the gravity just is negated. But it doesn't make any sense. Like that's why I was asking you guys when the moon makes its transit, and it is on the opposite side when it's facing away from the sun. On the opposite side, the moon is in, the Earth is in between the moon and the sun. How does it not speed up or slow down? And I know that Spaceman said that it does speed up or slow down. I'm not sure which one it was, but how does that make sense to you guys?
Why? What are you talking about Lagrange points for? Because the moon's not in a Lagrange point. You understand that, right? No, it's not in a Lagrange point. Google it. Wikipedia it.
No, I'm not going to Google it. I mean, I'll take your word as far as what Wikipedia says.
It's because I brought up Lagrange points one night, and he's stuck on it because he still doesn't understand what they are.
I understand what you say they are, but I don't understand how it actually works or if it's demonstrable.
So why do you think that is a proof of anything if you don't understand how it works? Because you keep bringing it up like...
I don't necessarily think it's a proof for anything, Negator. See, this is the position that makes me different from you. I don't assume to know everything, and I don't believe people that
I don't assume to know anything, all right?
You assume to know that space isn't real.
Right?
I don't think that space is real.
Based on your lack of understanding of things like Lagrange points and gravity and all sorts of other things?
It's not just my lack of understanding that makes me think of it. It's the difference in between what I understand as physical reality and what you understand as physical reality. So why I'm asking you is because the reason that I'm here is because I think that there's a possibility. There's an iota of a possibility that it could be involved. I want you to sell.
Oh my God! I can't believe what I just heard.
Sell me the ball, man. I didn't say that I'm a flat earther. I just absolutely think that the heliocentric model is not only questionable, but most likely false.
Then explain retrograde motion of the planets.
I'm asking you to explain these things to me. I want to be sold on the ball.
So, hang on. If you want to be sold on something and you're given two choices, that means you're sitting at a 50-50 split right now. A second ago, you said there's an iota, right?
The two choices are a false dichotomy. I don't think that they're, like, I could be anything. I don't fucking know what it is. All I know is that I'm here, I have to deal with it, and I'm trying to understand it.
So why do you make all these assertions about things like water having a pressure or a density change, but you don't know?
Because that is how I understand it.
Well, okay, and you've got a room full of people telling you that's not how it works, but you think that's how it works.
I can't see it, man. You're going to have to help me.
So, okay, I'm going to say one last thing. I'm going to stop talking so the guys can keep talking. But when you say you're going to have to help me, why was it the last few days that want to be helped manifested itself in a Negator, you should die, and you're all morons that believe the system?
But I hope that you do, and I hope that your family absolutely understands that they're being lied to.
No, you're a moron, dude. What are you talking about?
I'm not being lied to, mate. You're being lied to because you have not measured the planet and you believe something on faith. I can measure the planet, man.
Have you measured the fucking planet?
Yeah, tons of times.
Okay, you've measured the planet tons of
Yeah, of course. Okay. Yeah, I can tell you that the top of Australia here is about 32.8 degrees off the arc, off the tangent line, which is the equator, and about 60. Well, I'd say 68. Yeah, 68 down in Tasmania.
Yeah, he can also tell you about the southern celestial pole too, which I guess you guys don't even think exists, or if you do, you just pretend about why it's there.
Everything we understand can be explained in nature by observation. There's a ton of shit in flat Earth that you cannot elucidate, you cannot explain. How do you explain the tides on a flat Earth? How do you explain the southern celestial pole? How do you explain the aurora borealis being at North Pole and South Pole? How do you explain that Antarctica? You can fly around Antarctica in a plane tomorrow.
How do you explain earthquake shadow zones?
There's no ice wall there. Got friends at work down there.
Before I address that other question, let me address you, Zysis. You think that there are facts. Let me just go ahead and point that out. Okay? Your opinion is It's just I'm willing to listen to it just because I'm trying to possibly learn something here, or at least get a different opinion than the one that I hold. Okay? So I think that you are a complete fool. I honestly think that Negator is a fool also. Soundly, I have not formed an opinion on you.
I feel so special. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'll ask you. I'll take you through the steps because, like, you know that in school you learn addition, then subtraction, then multiplication and division, right? You learn all these things in a row, in steps, and then you go into algebra and calculus, and you start to expand on it.
I'm just gonna go. If you keep talking, because.
All right, I'll let you sit there and throw shit at me. That's fine.
I'm not gonna throw
Hey, fix your mic, Mike.
Anything about you? I don't want to talk. I really don't want to talk to you, man.
Yeah, because you don't want me exposing your reality to you, because I can do that. I can convert any flat earther in moments.
You've got the power.
I have that power, yeah, because I can actually measure the planet, and I can show you the tools to go and do it yourself. And I can show you how it's been done since, what, 1734.
I'm sure there are people who will take your word at it when you say that you've measured...
No math, no NASA, no math, no math, no NASA, no fucking space photographs, no nothing, just you. Just you and basic tools.
Do you have any like maybe video evidence of you recording the...
No, I want you to go out. I'm a true scientist. I want you to go out and do it yourself and prove it wrong. That is true science. You must learn for yourself. There is no dogma. You're not forced to read something and go, oh, well, I understand all that. No, it's not like that. I mean, okay, what is pi? This is how I will measure you. I can measure you and your knowledge. What is pi? How do you get pi? And I just did it in text then.
And show me.
People are like, wow, that's what pi actually is. Yeah, man.
This is why I'm trying to say you're a fucking waste of time, dude. Do you have the documentation to prove that you measured the planet?
See, you're sticking on one question. That's psychosis, mate. Listen, and you might learn.
That's not psychosis. That's actually it's persistence. When I'm asking you to show me the documentation, there is an entire scientific field that deals with the fucking measurement of the planet. Flat Earth never talks about it. I wonder why. Has Flat Earth ever gone out and measured the planet? They know full well. If you're telling me that fucking, what's her name, Patricia Steer doesn't know about geodesy, you're fucking lying to yourself.
Oh, yeah, he did drop. But I mean, what's wrong with this guy?
Look.
See, there's the science, mate. Geodesy. Have you ever heard the word geodesy mentioned in Flat Earth videos?
Have you ever seen man. Hey, Isis, man. You hear me?
Oh, is that
yeah,
Snack?
we hear you. We hear you, Snack.
Go ahead, Snack.
I suppose I sound all stressed out.
No, it's okay. I think Snack had a point to make, maybe? I don't know.
Hey, Mike, come back.
You hear me, boy? Hold on a second. Let me just find my mute page. Hold on.
Okay.
Everyone can measure the planet.
All right, in the meantime, to answer...
Don't let it get to you, Isis. Don't let it get to you.
In the meantime, to answer Mike's question about show him the curve. Okay, there's the curve. I mean, we see the curve every day. People that are at Niagara on the Lake looking at Toronto see the curve every day. That's the curve. There is no other reason. There's no optical reason why that can be explained on a flat plane.
Plus, there's a mirage going on in that photo as well, which means that there's even more to what you see. You can see the mirage.
And there's better photos. There's even better photos than that one.
Yeah, and most of those. I mean, I'm saying that the curve is actually even more pronounced because the lake is typically always colder than the land around it, right? Because you're looking from populated area to populated area, which are generally warmer than countryside. If you're going countryside to countryside across the lake, you may not get that effect. But since you're looking from, Toronto's got to be, it's the fourth populous city in North America right now, so it's got to be probably 5 degrees Celsius warmer than, you go outside the city 100 miles. I've been there. It's fucking hot as hell.
Stanley, are you presenting something else right now, or?
Oh, No, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna show this too. Let's see.
Snack actually walked in here for a minute. I can't believe it. He actually, instead of sitting there making stupid ass fucking comments, he was actually willing to fucking put his money where his mouth is. But I guess he ran away again.
I don't know. Snack is weird. Hey, I'm gonna show. I'm gonna mute it, but I'm gonna show a camera attached to one of the solid rocket fuel boosters on one of the shuttle launches. It's a straight uncut video for all the folks watching. That it's a fake because there's a cut. But in the meantime, until something else pops up to talk about.
Well, Snack jumped in here and then he goes, "Oh well, fuck it."
Well, I think his mic was being weird, and then I don't know. I don't think he knows how to operate his equipment.
Yeah, it's because of the ignorant comments you make, Snack. And you never, ever, ever bring up a point. All you do is make dumbass comments. You go into all these things you come into mind. All you do is make fucking obnoxious comments. You're as bad as Michael any day of the week.
It's funny how you get the two types of person. You get like your metacognition, your metacognitive type that never knows enough. You know enough to know that you will never know enough. So you're just constantly in a state of I know nothing. So you're always looking for answers, always seeking. Then you have cognitive dissonance where you think you know everything. And if you can't find people to get your answers, you just make them up. And that's dishonest.
Well, the common thread among all flat tires is a lack of education, and I don't know, it looks flat, NASA lies, so it must be flat.
Yeah. That's why I try to start with the basics. Like, how do you get pi? You get the circumference of any circle and divide it by the diameter. There you go. You got 3.14, blah, 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 blah. And you can get any circle and do that with a tape measure, and bang, you'll get pi. And that's how pi was discovered.
They don't know why that's significant, though, and that's... I don't know. I guess I don't... I also...
People don't understand that.
For a lot of them, it's purely philosophical, like cathexis. I don't know why, why you would side with somebody like Michael in a commentary that was just happening. Like why would you talk trash to Zeiss when Michael is just has an absurd position? Like philosophical, factually, there's no way you could justify his position in cathexis. It's mind-boggling. And in this video that I'm showing right here, you guys will see something, a number of things in a second. Number one, like I said, it's a straight cut video. It goes about 30 miles up. And what are we seeing right here, right? And I know the answer, fisheye lens, but watch the video and look at it again from different angles once.
That's actually not a fisheye lens, that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
They wouldn't use the fisheye lens when they're monitoring the engines like that. They wouldn't need one.
Because the fisheye lens is for a wide angle capture, right?
They don't need it for that because they're monitoring. That's why they put the cameras on the bottom, facing the bottom of the rocket, so they can watch the fucking, if anything happens. And especially, if you notice, it was monitoring the wing where, in the one when the foam broke off, so they could see if something happens.
Right. So, and on a fisheye lens, right, the image would be warped different directions, or not different directions, but not always the same. Now, every time that horizon passes our view, it's always the same. Right. So I think you guys need to take a minute and.
They won't. They're not going to believe if they can't believe a simple thing like gravity. So you jump up and down, you fall back on the ground. I mean, oh no, that was density that did that. How if you can't explain a simple thing like gravity to them, they're a lost cause.
Well, okay, correct me if I'm wrong too, but we always talk about rockets can't operate in a vacuum. Well, don't rockets operate on the same principle in a vacuum or in atmosphere?
Pretty much.
No, it's just parrot talk.
Yes, and in it actually goes slower in the atmosphere.
I mean, yeah, I guess
less effective.
Most of them, they don't even understand. Like the rocket fuel has its own oxidizers and stuff that replicates, the oxygen you would need to generate thrust. Did everybody see that horizon that remained, slightly curved the entire way through? But if they always say, well, you need an oxygen. Well, daggone it. I mean, you see airplanes, right? Airplanes have intakes. Engines have intakes to take in air to mix with the fuel and produce thrust, right? Every single rocket, not just NASA rockets. If you go look up like the Hydra rockets that Apache helicopters use, they don't have any daggone intakes. They don't need air because they operate in the same freaking function. And it's just unbelievably ignorant. So
naturally accept horse and cart turning into an automobile, but you don't accept a firecracker turning into a rocket. That's basically what it is.
It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Anywho, for those that are watching, right, I just linked to the video I'm watching here, and there's lots of angles. There's a bunch of different videos you can, or cameras you can look at, and it's got to mean something to you, right? There's got to be something in here you can look at. Please go make a video about it. Tell us how it proves the flat Earth so we can pick it apart again once you are wrong about all of your assertions.
When you type in the YouTube search box flat Earth, right, and then you go to you change your filter. Normally you change it to upload date so you get the latest ones.
Mm-hmm.
So select live, and every single day, without exception, the ISS is playing live, NASA TV is live, and there's another one. There's three: NASA TV Media, ISS HDF camera, and ISS a live video from one guy from Space Videos, another is NASA, and the other one is ISS above. So two of them aren't even NASA.
I wonder if that's just because the word flat is in there somewhere, or they intentionally.
No, it's because the word Earth is there.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I've wondered the same thing.
Yeah, if you type in Earth and then filter to live, you'll get the same. You'll get the ISS videos. Now, I'm sure NASA's not putting flat Earth in their search terms.
Well, yeah, I assume that they don't have commentary on some of their videos because of those folks that hop in and turn it into a cesspool.
It's just a live feed from the ISS. There's not even nobody talking. You can't join or nothing. No.
Oh no, I mean the chat, the live chat.
Or you guys, do you mind? I guess this is Mike again. I'm back with you. I'm gonna switch gears and let you know, Negator. The reason why I trolled you so hard about the Army thing is because I'm trying to get through to you, man. I just want you to understand that there are real people that you're fucking talking to about this subject, and that it's very important to a lot of people to be able to question this subject. So, having said that, these conversations are very important with all of you, except for you, Isis. And you know what, Spaceman, you fucking pissed me off too.
I'm Canadian. I don't give a shit.
I know, man. You fucking, that's okay.
Are you coming in here and antagonizing the Hornets, or are you going to have something to say?
I'm like Isis. I'm part of the British Commonwealth.
Yes, you are.
Hell yeah. Greatest empire on the earth.
So to sum up... Sorry, go ahead.
I apologize, man. I do. Brian, I apologize, dude. I don't actually hope that anything happens to you or your family. But I'll tell you this, man. Like, you have to understand that when you are coming at people, that they are real human beings for the most part. Yes, absolutely, there are government trolls and there are opposition to, truth movements. You guys think that the globe is the truth, and you guys are defending that, and I can respect that. But you have to understand that the condescending attitude has to go if that's what you're trying to do, is defend with integrity the globe.
So, Michael, the problem with that, look, I accept your apology, and I'm really, really proud of you to come back here and say that, and it does mean something to me, okay? That I'm glad that you realize your own humanity, that you shouldn't be saying things like that. But the very first time we interacted in a chat, Michael, it was virtually the same Michael that you're apologizing for, right? You're talking about talking with people, and I think I've got a pretty good track record of somebody who is decent and wants to be open and talk. I can communicate with that person, but when we went back and forth, Michael, anything, it was not even a conversation, right? You would skip around and went to ad hominem nonsense very, very quickly, right? So the point here, I get what you're saying, right? And I understand that a lot of people recoil immediately and call you a moron, right? But the same is true for your side of the fence, right?
Yeah, I have to agree with that. All I try and do is just share what I know to be true with people, and I get shut down everywhere I go. And you can see that nobody's been blocked or censored in the chat here, and nobody's been booted out of the chat. Whereas in the flat Earth side of things, if a round earther goes into one of those chats, they are censored and booted immediately, and they don't even have to be rude. And that's the problem, you know. It needs to be an open dialogue from both sides.
Oh, could I jump in here real quick? Can you guys hear me?
I'm sorry. Yeah, we can. I'm going to say one last thing, and
Go ahead, brother.
I'll pass it on. So you're going to get that reaction, right? Like when you say something like the density of water changes, right? That was a lie. You did not know the answer. I don't know why you said that, but it's factually, it's just not true at all. So when you say things like that,
I absolutely may have. That makes sense to me, though.
But it doesn't matter if it makes sense to you when you have nothing to go off of, right? So how do you expect to be treated, right? Like, okay, Michael, when you walk into a bakery, right, and you start yelling at the cooks on how to cook your donuts, but you've never cooked a thing in your life, how are they supposed to react to you?
What do you mean I've never cooked a thing? I don't understand where you're getting at with the analogy. This is
an analogy, bro.
Right. You've never measured.
I was wrong because I have not looked it up. This is what I'm trying to say in Negator.
Okay, but that's fine. But your opening for that argument was not I don't know. It is this, and this is blatantly, verifiably wrong.
Mistake admitted.
Okay, so I appreciate that, and I want you to go into every single conversation with that mindset that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay, and maybe you'll get some respect.
Notion that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, Brian. This is the problem, dude.
But you don't. You don't. All right? Vacuum cleaners equal vacuum chambers.
No.
Do we need to talk about that too?
Dude.
What about refraction?
Please, man, I know that you can't reference to this because I didn't say it, dude.
No, you implied it by saying, oh, I see the point. That video is good video.
Don't come at me with those snide remarks, Brian. I apologize to you because I wasn't coming to you with honesty. Now I'm coming to you with honesty, bro.
Okay.
It's ridiculous for you to say that because I was wrong about the water density changing at different depths, that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Because that's exactly what Spaceman does. He discredits everything. He says that anybody who thinks that the Earth could possibly be flat is only going to say that because it looks flat and NASA lies and because there's fucking reptiles crawling around that everything must be a lie. You know, it's that same thing. Okay? So if you're going to try and use trivium, then do it correctly, Brian.
So the point I'm making with the water density thing is it's indicative of your state of mind, right? That's the point. So I'm sure you know things that I don't know, and I'm sure you can explain things I can't explain. So I'm sorry. Who was it that had a comment? I'm sorry. Was that Cathexis?
It's Cathexis, yeah.
Your mic is kind of weird, so we might. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh wait, can you hear me?
We can hear you. It's just kind of muffled.
Weird. Anyways, I just wanted to comment about what I think might be happening is confusion at the way that flat earthers respond to. You see, there's only like 5 or 6 of you guys. I don't know if you realize this, which is great. You guys feel that you're defending truth. You feel that what the flat earthers are doing is detrimental. So you go out and you tell people how stupid they are, and with varying degrees of how you do it. Well, you're the only people that these people see, essentially, who are going against them very vehemently and very vitriolically in a lot of cases. That's why I reached out to you, Negator, is because you typically are not like that. Okay? So if you think that this is a lack of education or a lack of intelligence in general, what you're doing is furthering, you're pushing them away even further. If it is that you truly want to help explain this situation better because you possess a little bit of higher knowledge than what you think these people have, you guys don't do a very good job at that. Just saying. You guys don't. You make it very difficult for people to reach out properly.
Well,
so I think that what happens is things like we've observed here.
Well, then tell me why I put out 16 videos, all with facts, evidence,
Hold on, I'm not saying you don't ever. Hold on. Seriously. You always jump to this one or the other. Look, man, I'm just saying that for the most part, in general, you hear the tone that you speak of these people who you disagree with. I mean,
the flat Earth comments on my videos.
Yeah.
What?
I'd like you to look at the comments on my videos and on any of the other guys' videos that are put down.
Well, I've seen them. It's YouTube comments. The whole thing is absurd. But what I'm saying, though, is these people are trying to show you evidence, what they consider to be evidence. And you, from the beginning, dismiss their premise and treat them as if everything they say is wrong or stupid or retarded, whatever.
That's just simply not true.
Well, you're right. I'm making a generalization. I'm talking more about Spaceman, more so, because he's very, very 99% of the time he's spitting vitriol on these. It's just a shame because you guys are smart. You guys are capable. We need minds like this on this situation because, I mean, like it or not, this is here. These conversations are being had. This is consuming your day-to-day, okay? So it's either right or it's wrong. Well, why don't you help fix that and bridge that gap?
I would love to. Let me get a word in edgewise.
Go ahead, brother.
And well, that's the whole point. It's like we can't, because this particular chat is controlled by Negatorex. Or how do you say your name, Negatorex?
It's Negator, and the X's were just
okay, Negator
suffixes.
Because this chat is controlled by Negator, everybody is allowed to talk freely, and that should be a particular interest to everybody because it is not the same way whenever a flat earther controls the channel.
Because, not always. I've seen it though.
Because the spherical earthers or globe earthers or the conventionalists, like I like to call them, they don't get to talk at all in a flat earth chat. And you bring up anything like Mount Rainier's shadow in the sky, and it turns into shut up, and basically you just get booted. I mean,
yeah,
that's the problem. So,
do you know how long it took me to find that fucking picture?
I would just like one of you guys to answer. What is one of the major premises of the flat Earth movement? Is it not that you should use your eyes and intuition to make conclusions about what you're observing?
All right, well, let me explain it to you like this, and I can do it really succinctly here, okay? Sitting where you are right now, you are still, and just follow me through this real quick. You're sitting in a chair, everything's still around you.
Correct.
Okay?
Relatively.
And up above, yeah, follow me. And then up above, you look up, and there's a very bright light and a lesser light that goes above you, and stars that do move above your head, okay? The only difference here between round earthers and flat earthers that I can see is one thinks they're spinning when they see these motions, and the other just simply doesn't. That's it.
I agree. So there are two different interpretations of that motion. So now let's go to something else that has a very limited amount of interpretations, and that is.
But you're missing the point, though. Forgive me for interrupting, but you're missing the point. It is that in itself, the elegance of that and the simplicity of that, which makes this so difficult to explain to people.
Can I show you? Can I show you guys something?
The elegance of what?
The answer, the simplicity of that exact answer. Think about it. They don't think they're spinning. You think you're spinning. There's a huge difference of perception, of personal perception, of mental, psychological, you name it. It's vastly different.
That's what I'm saying. We have two different perceptions of that particular topic. So let's just ignore that for a second and talk about something else.
Ignore it?
Talk about
Why ignore that? That's important.
That's the most
because we're not
important.
going to come to a consensus on that particular topic. And the question that I came.
No. We're not trying to come to a consensus, but you have to understand the lay of the land here. That's why we're trying to.
I started this with a very specific question. I was trying to get a word in edgewise.
Listen, I think Cathexis is saying some really, really good stuff though, and you know, in terms of you know, if I wanted to troll you guys, I'd be trolling you guys. I'm not trying to do that right now. I'm trying to be about kind of coming together in some way on this, because you guys, for lack of a better word, exacerbate a lot of the tensions that are already there, and you see with the results of what the exacerbation does, and it spurns you further on. So
all he did was say, this is an observation we make, and there's two different interpretations.
There's two different interpretations, right? So let's you can go back to Coriolis and the observations of relative motion. That's the basis for the whole situation, and that is sort of like the same kind of mental experiment. Because heliocentricity is positing an idea.
You're starting on the most complicated topics when there's really simple things that you can.
No. All the other simple things came as a result later in time. When we're talking about the initial point in time when heliocentricity was formed, we're talking about a theoretical construct. Okay? We're talking about a lot of different theoretical constructs.
One of the most complicated pieces.
Yes, it's complicated now because there's more data points to assess, and there are some points
that get a word in to make my point.
Am I over talking? I'm sorry, man.
Yeah. There's a lot of things in physics, man, that are totally counterintuitive. Seriously.
Oh.
Something that's not counterintuitive is the shadow coming off of Mount Rainier into
don't even hit me with that. That's so funny, man. Seriously, just that's.
For example, right? This shit'll blow your mind. Like mechanical physics, basic example of mechanical physics.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Get a solid cylinder of any diameter at all, any material. It could be alloy, lead, whatever. Just a cylinder, right?
Stop, dude.
And roll it.
A
hollow cylinder.
Stop trying to prove. Can you stop trying to prove your point, real? Like I don't know why everybody's rushing to defend and throwing data here. We're just trying to clear the air. We're trying to clear the air.
We'll actually say you get this result.
You're not going to let us talk. Why don't you just go ahead and finish your point?
Jesus, I mean, so what is the point here? Is that we're rushing into debates here about specific data points, and I'm just trying to establish that there's a frame.
Oh, you got a guy from Australia here. You got a guy from Australia here. Why don't you just ask him which way the stars turn?
You're entirely. Hold on a second. You guys are entirely missing the point. Listen, I was just pointing out a simple aspect of our difference, of our perception.
Let me make my point. You will
go ahead.
The stars. You've got a guy here, Zeisis. He's in Australia right fucking now. He can go outside and he can tell you, and he's probably seen it. He'll tell you that the stars are moving the opposite direction than they do us in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, I've got stellarium too.
Okay, can I just why I initially
he's from Australia.
I initially came in here to talk to Zeisis, and you were talking about all kinds of whatnot. So listen. So what I wanted to ask Zeisis is, where are his pictures of the Southern Cross? Where are his pictures of Sigma Octantis? And if he can say that he hasn't actually photographed them, then I can really respond pretty well to what he was saying to Michael about doing the science that you proclaim to be about.
He lives there.
So what?
All right, show me a picture of Polaris.
Yeah, I mean, can you show me Polaris?
I can probably show Polaris live right now if you guys would like.
Yeah, but I can see from your guys' perspective. I honestly can, because I was brought up in like a cult, and I lived in this closed circuit. And I broke free of it.
Right now, stop that. Stop it. We're not a cult here.
Real class.
Yeah, run out your house right now. Run out your house right now, man. Show me the stars. Let's see that.
All right, let's have a yelling competition, and I can show you something beautiful, something magnificent. It'll see. You guys think that we're trying to be dogmatic and push some view on you. All I see, this is my personal view, is you don't know enough, and I'm just trying to show you.
You're making a lot of assumptions. about who you think you're talking to right now. Listen to me, please. Hold on, everyone, please. Just give me a second.
Yelled over the entire time. Can y'all just let him talk? Shit.
Say something amazing, something fucking amazing, and you'll just be like, "Oh, what the fuck?" Yeah, but hey, go for it. Yell over me. It's fine. I can deal with it.
Okay. My point that I was making earlier is that it's a difference of perspective. It's that simple. You guys have a
You're saying
you made your point. You're not letting anybody respond.
Hey, go ahead, Kafex. No, let him finish.
Oh man, yeah. You see, what happened after I made that little point too, where we all kind of went at it, talked over each other, and things like that. That's what I think that we were talking about trying to avoid. Like seriously, it's not about prove this, that proves a flat Earth. Let's just understand why there's this huge group of people who think that the Earth might be flat and motionless. Think about it for a second. There's a reason for this. And it's not because they're stupid and uneducated.
No, you're
Look,
right.
I've been looking into this long. And sure, you can just label it however you want in order to rationalize why it exists, but that's not
exactly what it
the
is.
reason.
We're not labeling anything. That's exactly the definition of what's going on.
All right.
You
guys are so sure of yourself. You're so sure of yourself.
Yeah, and that's what you should be wondering about. Why are we so sure?
Right back
we wondered.
Very sure of
Really
yourself.
trust me.
Sometimes pondered about in some degree.
We do wonder that quite a bit.
Okay, so just to make sure things stay on track, Cathexis, was your point made?
Yeah, yeah, I'll say it. Sure.
Okay, Zeisis, did you have something you wanted to show?
Yeah, can you guys see my screen right now, or not?
They may have to,
I see my screen.
Yeah, they may have to click on your thing. But,
yeah, we can see.
All right.
Right. Does the Earth look like it's moving to you right now? Do you see any movement?
Where I'm at?
No.
No, dude.
Right. This is fucking amazing. Watch this. This is a truly powerful program. This is an exact real-time simulation of what you see in space. See those little dials down the bottom right there? I can hook my telescope up to this and can control my telescope. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say, you can't do that on flat Earth, but
man, so that we can see.
Watch.
Okay, right.
Watch what happens when I zoom in.
Show us the Southern Cross, man.
Hey, hang on. Let him make his point, please.
Watch what happens when I zoom in. Now, was that Earth not moving? Now, there's an ancient Chinese saying that the butterfly sits on the tree, and someone walks up to the butterfly and says, "Butterfly, is that tree alive?" And the butterfly says, "I've been here all my life. Of course the tree's not alive. It hasn't moved. It hasn't done anything." Now, then ask a human, is the Earth moving? Did you see that? And I zoom in closer, and I get closer and closer and closer, and look at that. Isn't that beautiful?
It's good software.
You're not spinning at 1,600 miles an hour. You are rotating at 1 degree per 4 minutes.
1 revolution per day.
Great.
What's that software called?
1 revolution per day.
Wow.
This is a program called Worldwide Telescope. Now watch this. This is beautiful. This is the most powerful thing you can ever use. A tradesman is only as good as the tools they use, right? Watch this. This is the entire known universe to mankind. Watch.
You're a tradesman.
This is mind-blowing.
Oh, wow.
It's not blowing my mind, I can assure you that.
Astronomy.
Yeah,
Astronomy is a trade.
It's a skybox.
Watch.
It's a fantastic model and good software that runs the model.
Yeah, where's your flat Earth model? See, look, there's a Milky Way galaxy. There's the
I don't know who you're.
Here is the spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy. That thing is a giant vortex spinning, and all the stars we see are moving with us.
Okay.
Well, it is a giant cartoon because we haven't gone outside the Milky Way galaxy to see it. But just give me a moment. 5 minutes could change how you see your reality.
Wow.
Because astronomers don't sit there and just twiddle their thumbs all day. They actually work hard at what they do, and they're very proud of their work.
Oh, yeah.
ISIS, can you show the measurements?
You are looking at...
Hang on.
You are looking at
video
the known
games?
observed universe. Every single dot you see right now is a
Point cloud,
mapped
motherfucker.
object in space. Now I can right click on that and I can show the object and I can zoom into every single object in that. Every single dot you see is mapped.
Bro, do you think World of
astronomers do
Warcraft
nothing?
is real?
Oh.
Hang on. So hang on.
It's not a
Cathexis.
video game.
Okay,
This
hang
is
on.
a video game. It's, by definition, it's what it is.
So what is wrong with this?
Nothing. It's a great way to represent a model that's been mathematically flushed out.
No.
I do not take that away from you.
Okay,
This is
now hear me out.
There we go.
See what's in the bottom right of the screen? What's that in the bottom right of the screen? That's the controls for the telescope. How can this program fake what you can observe in reality? How can this program
What are you
simulate
talking
exactly
about? Fake. It's modeling it.
You need help.
Reality.
Can I help you, Zysis? Can I help you?
Hang on, Snack.
Sure,
Snack, please. What he's saying, Cathexis and Snack, what he's saying is that his telescope is controlled by those icons on the lower right-hand side of the screen. And he can see something physically with his telescope that has been mapped mathematically in this program. And it will be exactly where it is in this program. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I agree with that. But it's still a piece of software that's mathematically. It's sound, certainly. This theory has amazing math that has been built around it, but that doesn't necessarily say it's exactly real.
No.
And you have to at least admit that.
It's a geometric transformation.
I'm sorry to cut you
happening
off,
there. Come on.
Hang on.
Beautiful, but Lord Stephen
Michael.
Christ has
Michael.
Thank you.
Guys,
Thank you, Michael.
You missed the point, Snack.
Lord Stephen Christ.
No, I did not miss the point. Man.
Yes.
No, I haven't missed the point, Neg. I really haven't.
Okay, can I please restate it maybe
Go ahead.
another way? So, what you're saying is this does not represent reality except for the fact that he can represent reality.
No. I didn't say completely. I said necessarily fully represent reality. It is our observable reality from this vantage point that we have mapped out mathematically. You extrapolate on that and you create a model out of it. It's fantastic. I do not take away from the magnificence of heliocentricity. What I'm saying is...
No, it is not heliocentricity. It is observable reality.
Okay, see, that's where we differ.
No,
that's what it is right there.
It's not a difference.
It's not observable reality because we can't actually observe from the point of.
You can.
I'm not going to go to the edge of the fucking galaxy to look at the Milky Way. That's not happening.
Spend $10 and get what's on my screen right now. Spend
okay,
$10.
yeah, I'll spend $10. Yeah, okay, good. Okay.
Or you could spend 250 grand if you want to get the right tools. You're only as good. A butcher doesn't use blunt knives. So a surveyor uses very expensive, very complicated, very, very precision equipment because you don't want to get measurements wrong. When you're measuring something, you need to be exact. You can't just guesstimate. You know, you can put a ruler to something, but you want to be as exact as possible. So you want that to be precision equipment. Now you can, for $10, you can download this app onto your phone, and look, there's the horizon. Now, what's that angle right there? It's 2 degrees, 2.3 degrees below the horizon. I can actually calculate that. Anyone can calculate that and match those exact figures of declination of arc degrees going down. Now, this all sounds like nonsense to you.
No, it doesn't.
But you know what degrees are.
Far too much, dude.
You're saying 2.3 degrees. Now, 20 miles over 2.3 degrees is what? Now then get 92 seconds per mile, and what do you get? So there's many ways, and so this technology, I mean, so we go back to the days of horse and cart, because we're looking at a Ferrari, or we're looking at, you know, a motor car. But if we go back to the days of horse and cart, this is what we use. You know, basic plumb bobs, and put right angles from them. So we just go, well, everything points to the theory was that everything points to the center of the Earth. So therefore, it's going to be
land in Second Life.
This result. You know, so they got a weight on a string, and they put a right angle from it. And they said to themselves, if we can see each other directly, if we can see each other if that happens, there's a curve. Now, if those two right angles were perfectly horizontal, then there's no curve. And that right there is how you blokes can go out and measure curve for yourself. And you can get those angles, and you can get the degrees, and you can do very accurate measurements and prove to yourselves. Now, what Flat Earther video shows this? and tells you about this, and actually goes out there and says, guys, I can prove the Earth is flat because I've measured it. What Flat Earth video has ever done that? None. So do you see my point of view?
I'm going to cut you off real quick. Can you do me a favor? Since you've got your screen up, can you show us those measurements that you made of the Earth?
The measurements?
For fuck's sakes. He's trying to trap you.
Okay.
No, he mentioned it quite boastfully previously.
Yes, because Cathexis, he meant it in a certain context, right? He obviously he did not mean he ran around the circumference of the Earth with a daggone tape measure. All right. Now, obviously, that is what Michael's implying he did.
I know he's a geodetic server.
Okay. So what's the problem here?
There's no problem. I find this topic very fascinating.
Well,
that's why I talk to you guys. Like seriously, you guys have this weird opinion of what you think the people who are in this alternative research community are because you run across a couple idiots. That's all I'm saying.
True. It's not a couple idiots. It's the freaking leaders of the movement that are saying these stupid things.
I don't have a fucking leader. These people don't have leaders. These are just people on YouTube, dude, who make more videos. What?
You're not the guy we're talking to then.
They put together a very convincing argument. I will give them that. It's very, very cleverly done. And I can honestly say it's almost like your CIA mind control cult tactics. If you study this shit hard enough, and I can tell you conspiracy stuff that will blow your fucking mind. I mean, I just told you stuff that's in the bloody Area 51. How many people do you know will tell you that?
Sisis, do you believe in aliens?
No. Let's talk about aliens. Okay, let's talk about aliens. In 1928, there was a man named Victor Schauberger who studied hydrology, and he worked out methods, and there was another man named Vril, and they were coming up with anti-gravity technology. That's what the whole purpose was. And they had a series of experiments that were very, very profound. So they developed for many years under the Germans, they developed a lot of this kind of technology. The Americans, if you look at their movements in World War II, you can see that the Americans jumped in there, and so did the Russians, and they took a lot of these technology. And the base, you can research it, it's called the fly trap. It's very important that you research all this stuff because it will lead you down a path. Now, I've been into this for 20 years. I know what I'm talking about. There was a man, when they brought the technology over to the American soil under Operation Paperclip, they found that the actual gravitational waves that these engines were emitting were causing the scientists to go crazy. It was causing lunacy, basically. And it's proven with Nikola Tesla when he was talking to pigeons at 86 years of age out his bedroom window. This is all fact, all documented and all well known. What happened was that when they had this technology, they said, how the fuck are we going to sell oil if people see this shit? You know, we've got this mad, crazy technology, but how the fuck are we going to sell it to the public? Like, how are we going to hide it from the public? Like this thunderstorm in a teacup, like Schauberger's egg engine and Tesla's disk turbine, all these very hidden technologies. A psychological warfare expert came forward and said, I know how we can do this. We're going to tell them it's little green men. So when people see UFOs in the sky, man-made craft, experimental craft that are very dangerous, they will think that it's aliens. They won't think that it's humans, so therefore they won't question the engineering behind it. And the man behind all of that was a man called James Angleton. Very important to know all this stuff. And then they realized later on, in about the early 60s, they realized a lot of stuff about radiation, what Edison had done to his eyes, what his assistant had done to his arms. Edison's assistant had his arms amputated because of radiation. Edison himself tried to bombard his own eyeballs with X-rays because they didn't understand what they were fucking with, you know. They're like cavemen messing around with fire. And so over the years, we slowly learnt about, you know, isotopic radiation and ionizing radiation and electromagnetic radiation. We learn about these things. I mean, we know today, we only know in the last 2 years, that there is more ionizing radiation in a cigarette than there is in an astronaut. That an astronaut actually undergoes a little bit less ionizing radiation than a smoker.
Well,
no bullshit. Yes.
I just lit up.
Very, very bad for you. Yeah. It's about eating like 8,000 bananas at once.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for sharing that information. Okay, that's the type of that's been on the path that I've been researching over the past year. Okay, I personally think that there is a dual set of sciences that exist on this earth, and that one is being hidden for national security reasons. It's being because if that science was brought out to the public in some way, it would be too dangerous, just far too dangerous. Just
yeah,
as you're
and the
kind of
reason,
explaining.
one of the main reasons, the reason why we're not in Back to the Future with flying cars is because you could imagine if you threw a depleted uranium rod at the Earth, it wouldn't burn up in the atmosphere, so it would just go whack into the Earth and cause like a bow shock effect, and it would penetrate like, you know, about 2 kilometers into the surface of the Earth, depending on how fast you threw it. And it was called Rogue Spear, and this was a war weapon, you know, that they would just throw these spears at the enemy. And they realized just how dangerous this was. And when they were developing this UFO type technology, not only was it sending the guys crazy, but it's extremely dangerous. Like you look at 9/11, I don't know if it was terrorists or Jews or whatever, who cares? But you look at the damage the plane did, regardless of whether it dropped the building or not. But you look at it, innocent people just died from that crash. So imagine putting that in the hands of a crazy idiot where they could drop from orbit in a car. So it's very dangerous technology. So it was decided
And I agree.
long ago not to release that technology to the general public and to keep it well hidden. And it was a very wise decision.
Well, then let me make this just quick argument based off of what you've just said there. What my view is that is exactly what has been happening, and that what the flat earthers are kind of stumbling to is that conclusion. Okay.
Right. Well, it's controlled opposition because the flat earthers actually derailed a movement that was going on in the background.
Which one?
And I was a little bit a part of that. It led from the bankers are corrupt, like the corrupt banking system, and then in dived the fake moon landing guys, and they kind of realized that there was actual community starting to happen with this.
Oh, so
we're going to start our own banks. Yeah, there was a huge fake moon landing movement. This is like 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh, no,
and suddenly
no.
this fake moon landing movement.
One?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was really popular on YouTube. And
No,
suddenly
was it fake or not?
Well, who knows? I know that I was told, and this is by someone high in the US government, that a lot of the photographs were faked because they couldn't expose a lot of the film that they took. Because it was exposed by
I saw
radiation.
it firsthand.
Yeah, so they
you?
did a lot of studio shots, but there's a lot of camera footage that's actually real. They actually did go there. But,
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Okay,
who knows?
so you almost upset Spaceman. So.
Who can truly say? Unless you can walk around on the surface of the moon and, you know, pick up flags and whatnot. But to all intents and purposes, it
it
does
been back for 50 years?
You don't need to. There's no reason to go.
Oh,
There's no resources.
that's
Everything's
the excuse. Oh, okay. Yeah,
Well,
I got
it's
it.
like
Yeah,
Antarctica.
that's a good excuse. Yeah. Well,
Okay, hang on.
Why
hang
else
on.
would you go?
you got all that.
Why would you
Why
go?
would you go?
Why
There's no
would you
point.
go?
Why would you go?
I mean, they sent
Well, hell,
everyone
mine
go.
it.
Hang on,
Bullshit.
hang on.
Some guys
Nothing there.
got to
You
maintain.
guys want to go up there and mine the motherfucker? Really?
There's no point. There's more zinc in Australia. There's more iron in Australia. We're pumping out, what, 600 tons to China a day. So 6,000 tons to China a
shit up
day.
there. What the heck? Why not do it?
No, no gold. There's actually a layer of iridium. The most valuable thing that we know
Oh,
is
there
iridium
is?
and rhodium.
Really? How do you know that?
There's a very fine film of iridium. Well, because Admiral
really?
Byrd went down to Antarctica to pick up asteroids. I mean, you're holding me in contempt. That's fine, mate. I'm used to your time. But Admiral Byrd went down there to pick up little asteroids so they could actually check the lunar rocks again and say, is it going to be worth going down there? That's why
You're
Admiral Byrd
breaking
went to
up. You're
Antarctica
breaking
prior
up,
to
my
the
friend.
moon.
I can barely hear
So
you.
he came back with all the rocks, lunar rocks, and said, okay, this is what we've got. And they went, well, it's worth going to have a look for ourselves. And it was mainly the Russians they were scared of, because that's why they wanted to dump the flag on it, because they were scared that the Russians would get up there and start throwing rocks at the US from space. That was the actual genuine fear.
The Russians will start throwing rocks at the U.S.
Oh yeah, that's a dangerous.
Is that what you said?
That's how we're going to terraform planets. We'll just throw rocks at planets, yeah, from space. That is how terraforming will actually occur. You won't have some giant nuclear reactor.
Yeah, you're hard to understand. I don't know if anybody else can hear what I'm hearing. But...
He's a little garbled, you know.
Oh, okay.
I apologize.
Yeah, no biggie. Hey, you might want to hang up and dial back in. That'll probably work. Usually it does.
But you see, this is my point. Like, this is the type of conversation that I'm looking to have with people who, look, I know you guys are smart. I am mad at some of the tactics used, but I understand both sides of it. So, both sides of it, I understand what vitriol you guys face too. So I'm not like completely, I don't take sides. It's just YouTube comments, for fuck's sake. But at the same time, there's so much more that could be done by bridging that gap of understanding. And that's my whole point of jumping in here earlier, was kind of pointing this out. And then look, we ended up having a good conversation due to it. That's all I care about. I really just care about learning. But you see, Zeiss, you're on the same. You're on the same tip that I've been looking into for the past year, and I think that what you're saying is probably a little bit too conspiracy theory for Spaceman, knowing him.
Let me ask you a question there, Cathexis. How are we supposed to have a logical conversation with you people when you won't even accept a simple thing like gravity?
Well, the first thing. Hold on.
Go ahead.
First of all, you said you people. That right there just shoots them in the foot. Come on, be reasonable.
I asked you a question. How are we supposed to
You're categorizing us.
Yeah, I think your problem's with gravity, man. I think your problem's
something
with
other than yourself.
I don't.
Normal people.
Well, am I going to get an answer or what?
Yeah, I personally think that both answers to gravity sound pretty reasonable to me.
What's the other answer?
Well, we know what flat earthers say, the buoyancy density thing, because we're not spinning. It's just there's an up and down in nature. It's a matter of the atmospheric density and how much
density cannot be used. See, there's my point I'm trying to make. That's the exact point I'm trying to make. And if I get to make it, I'd like to. So you guys say density, but it seems to me that nobody even knows what density is. Because if you did, you knew it couldn't possibly replace gravity. It's impossible.
Hold on, gravity is only there.
Gravity is a mythos.
Well, listen, gravity is only there to explain the spin.
But you know what?
You're supposed to have a logical conversation with somebody who denies a simple fact of nature.
Hear me out, spaceman. You believe that scientific theory is fact, correct?
Gravity is not a theory. It is a law.
You believe that scientific theory is fact, correct?
Alaska.
You stated that umpteen times.
I asked a question, and I asked the question to
that question right now.
I asked the question to Cathexis, not to you, and I would like an answer.
I'm asking you the question right now. I interjected.
Yeah, well, I asked the question, how are we supposed to have a logical debate with people who can't even accept a simple fact of nature like gravity?
Oh, nature. That's nature?
It's a law of nature.
Fact?
It's one of the four forces.
Scientific fact.
It's one of the four forces that we know of. The strong.
By whom? By whom?
There is a force.
Who taught you that?
There is a.
You always just interrupt people, or you let them finish their point?
No, I'm asking you a question.
Well, you didn't let me finish now, did you?
No, because you don't let anybody finish. So
well, I've been quiet here for half an hour, and I decided I'd like to ask a question, but you won't shut up long enough to let me answer it. So fuck it. You just go ahead and talk all over everybody. Why don't you?
I'd like to make a point, and that is that there is a force which everybody observes, which holds us to the surface of this plane or planet, whichever one you want to go with, and we named it gravity. So gravity exists.
I agree. No, I agree with that. I mean, the reason. Look, hold on. Just to make a quick distinction, gravity in the heliocentric model is only proposed as to why we don't fly off of a spinning or rotating, Earth. It's the only reason it's there.
I mean, you say things like that, but that's just not true. They didn't say, I wonder why we don't fly off this spinning Earth. Oh, gravity. They said,
when they proposed the model, that was one of the major questions. If you go look at the origin of both Newton and Copernicus's work, that's what they were trying to flesh out.
No.
No.
This is another one of those things where you're just plain wrong. Like what?
Okay, so you think
cite me
the concept of gravity.
Why is he wrong?
Okay.
Yeah.
No, the real question is, why do you think like that? Right? You're stating
No,
that.
no, you said he's wrong. State why he's wrong.
Okay, so I'm getting to that, right? You're stating that people were pondering why we didn't fly off and then named it something, right?
You oversimplify, but it's during that creation of those theories. Yes, that was they had to come up with this to describe why it was multi-purposes. Why things are drawn to the center of mass.
Okay, so
they came up with that.
When
us, we humans, all of us, not they. There's no they. Sorry.
Yeah, there isn't, right? This is everybody. So when did people decided to give it the name gravity? At what point in time?
I believe it was Newton.
It was Newton. Okay. Now when was that?
The apple fell.
So the reason, let me just make a quick point. I got like 2 minutes.
After the Copernican revolution.
Years old, by the way.
Gravity
came up
makes,
with that theory.
Until you start talking about it working against centrifugal force selectively. When I move north or south from the equator, I absolutely should weigh more because I'm moving at less of an RPD.
And you do.
Oh, look, the number that you've given, the 0.03 less, or it's just a measurable in ounces, that's not sufficient for me.
Why?
The actual math.
Okay. No one's going to stop.
If you would just please shut up. Okay. The force of the Earth spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, which you can absolutely say is not big when you consider how big the sun is or how vast the universe is, it's still the speed that it is. That centrifugal force that's working against gravity at the equator as I move north or south. And it does not make sense when you start talking about Lagrange points, which is something that none of you guys understand, and that's why you simply latch on to the accepted scientific notion of today.
Oh my God! Are you crazy?
And explain to me, as if I were a child, like I asked you guys to earlier,
I did explain it to you.
Work.
I did explain.
We all know things fall down.
I did explain Lagrange points to you. You somehow mistakenly thought that the moon was in a Lagrange point, which makes no sense. So I did explain it to you. Don't say I didn't.
Why the moon is affected by the sun's gravity?
It is.
Because it's not within range of the sun.
No, it is.
Our gravitational feet, not theirs.
The moon is affected by the sun's gravity. It absolutely is. It's so small compared to the Earth that it has very small
action. It's just so small that it's negligible. Is
exactly. That's exactly right, because it's so close to the Earth compared to where the sun is. The sun is so far away. That's what you're not gathering. Like it
sounds like you're begging me to buy what you're trying to sell me, and it's bullshit, dude.
Why?
No, you're asking me. Well, right now, what you're asking me is what the model that we subscribe to predicts, and that's what I'm telling you.
I'm not saying what does it predict. Does it make sense to you? How does it make sense to you? Can you explain it to me in a way that makes sense?
I just did.
It's just, I mean, like, just saying it's not close enough, but it's too far away. That stuff doesn't, I don't buy that shit, man.
Yeah, the problem is that you don't understand what Spaceman was talking about at the very beginning of this hangout, which was the inverse square law. You just don't understand that. And so
how the inverse square law is applicable to keeping the moon from either crashing into Earth or moving closer to the sun.
Because in layman's terms, it explains why the moon is more attracted to the Earth than it is the moon. Than it is the sun. Because
then it should roll back into the Earth then, if it's more attracted, right?
No, because it's in orbit.
Oh, it's centrally locked. Okay, got it.
No, that's wrong too.
Why don't you guys go to YouTube instead of searching flat Earth every day? Why don't you actually learn from YouTube?
We can't hear you because you're breaking up. Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, I can hear you.
How's it going, Ron?
Pretty good. We're having fun with these people.
How's it going, Hitchhiker?
Hey, you know what? I love you. I love you guys all. It's all good.
Right on. I can dig it.
Now I'm going to ask my question again, and I would appreciate an answer. How are we supposed to have a logical debate about nature?
Like gravity. Don't get me wrong, Spaceman. I understand that things go down.
Fuck! Let Spaceman talk. Shit.
I will let him talk, but I'm going to tell you what he's going to say before he says it.
Fucking go, Spaceman.
If you can't accept gravity, how can you discuss the motion of planets? How can you understand why things fall to the ground? How can you say, oh, how does Earth's water stick to a spinning ball? How can you understand why the ball spins in the first place? So if you can't accept gravity as a basic physical
gravity
law,
is a
let me finish for fuck's sakes.
In a theoretical equation. Okay.
I'm sick and tired of you flat-tards fucking talking over people and cutting people off.
Well, don't talk over everybody then. If you want an answer, we'll give it to you.
Well, if you cannot accept a simple fact like gravity, then you cannot have a logical debate about the shape of Earth and the heliocentric or geocentric model or whatever model you want to have. Because gravity is a fact. And you cannot deny
let me jump in.
If you're in a building,
everybody, please. Is gravity a scientific theory?
No, it is a law. It is called the law of universal gravitation. It's not a theory.
Comprised of a theory.
It is not a theory.
No.
It is one of the four natural forces.
In the laboratory. I asked you this earlier, and you're like, we don't need to repeat it.
There is no theory associated with gravity.
This is preposterous.
No, I thought you were going to support the scientific theory thing because it's supposed to be a fact.
So why is it not? And you say it's not reproducible in a laboratory. Can you explain to me what you mean by that?
Have you seen it reproduced in a laboratory? Have you seen a spinning ball with water stuck to it? Anything resembling that?
Yes, I have.
Have you seen? You have. Where is it? Oh, please.
It's in space. It's called the Earth, and you're standing on it.
No.
So,
reproducible in the laboratory.
It is reproducible. The laboratory is called the ISS.
Well, the spaceman said you didn't need to reproduce it because it's so evident. I don't know. I mean, I need to reproduce.
When's the last
results?
I feel like working model. Don't put words in my mouth. You asked me a question the other night. You said, where's your model about the Earth? I said, the Earth is the model.
Right.
So what's the problem with that? Why would we reproduce something that exists? It makes no sense.
Okay.
Go create a Death Star. Test it out for yourself.
It's the one thing that's on
It's true, but no.
All right. So hang on.
So just go for the throat.
Let me Zeiss, your mic is really weird, man. Let me back up. So we talk about reproducing gravity in a laboratory, right? So what effect are you trying to reproduce?
Effect?
We're going to reproduce a spinning ball with water stuck to it somehow. Okay. I don't know how that's going to go, but it's obviously well understood from your guys' perception, right? We understand that. It's all understood, and we understand all the dynamics and the mathematics surrounding it, but nobody can reproduce it. Why is that?
Ian, I'm explaining it to you.
Problem?
Okay, Ian, I'm explaining it to you.
Tell.
All right. So, number one, your assertion is that you should be able to attract something with something else in a laboratory. That is your assertion, right?
Well, something like that. Yes, I guess it's
okay. So here's the problem, right?
Something with something else. No, I think that we should be able to produce a
Ian,
in a laboratory. Okay.
Let me finish, right? So first of all, this is a straw man argument, and I'm going to tell you why, right? The gravity, right? Well, don't laugh because it is. The problem is you don't understand the gravity and you're trying to debunk it using things that don't apply to it, right?
Yes. Well,
Okay?
maybe it's 10,000 fucking flying unicorns that do it.
Ian,
Well,
please.
let's
Please.
call them.
You wanted me to answer your question, right?
All right.
Okay. You cannot, right now, number one, and yes, you can verifiably see things attracted to other things in very, very minute ways, right? Now, that's not what you're looking for, right? Now, that is true, but it's not what you're looking for. You want a miniature globe where I can pour water and it sticks to the side, right? So the problem here is that you don't seem to grasp that for everything exerts a gravitational force, right? And the more of that something there is, the more gravitational force it exerts. That's why a very small ball in a laboratory will not exert enough gravitational force to hold water to it, right? It has to be very, very, very big. And you can't fit a very, very, very big object that can do that in a laboratory. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
But it's an awful lot like saying Santa Claus is the same way. I mean, we could say the same thing about Santa Claus. Because he needs.
All right, just stop. Don't even bring up Santa Claus. That's ridiculous.
So hang on. I'm gonna make one last statement, right? So what you're saying is, you don't understand how it works. You think it should work like X, but it does not.
I don't. Right, okay. But a teaspoonful of a
star. Do you understand how it works?
Create a mass so massive.
Can you explain gravity?
The point here is that you don't understand it, but you were making assertions about it. All right? Don't you see?
No, Negator. Can you understand?
You guys
keep understand? Can you explain
what he wants
gravity?
Us to do is create a gravitational battery. That's what he's asking us to do. And the problem is we don't understand how to reproduce gravity. You're right about that. But we do observe gravity. So we know the force exists. We don't know how to reproduce.
You know something exists. You could call it 10,000 fucking flying unicorns. That's the problem. You can't reproduce it in a laboratory. I don't care what you call it at this point. That's the thing. Is it electromagnetic? Is it something else? I mean, this is. I brought this up.
Electromagnetism.
Right. Right. Geodetic surveys do not. They don't claim the Earth as a sphere, right? It has this really unusual shape to it. So what do we do with that? For you, Negator, what you said is, well, you don't have an expertise in this profession, but I can read, I can see the images, so we have a contradiction here. What do we do with it?
Now,
is what I'm saying.
Ian, can you
who do you
replicate?
hearken to?
Okay, can you replicate consciousness in a laboratory?
No,
Does that mean you're not conscious? Does that mean I'm not conscious?
No, of course you can't.
It means it's something that we haven't wrapped our minds
around. I mean,
around,
if you want to go into metaphysics, I'll certainly go there with you.
Yeah, well, and that's what it's all about. It's all metaphysics.
Or you're intentionally ignoring the point.
Right?
It's all metaphysics.
Yes, you are intentionally ignoring the point, right?
No, I don't think I am.
A fallacy of an argument, right? A straw man.
Yeah, we can't reproduce consciousness, so therefore it doesn't exist. That's what you're trying to say. It's an exact equivalent analogy.
Does that work? Does that make sense?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure what you're getting at. Explain it to me in a greater detail.
You know exactly what we're getting at. We're just going to go on to the next step.
Okay.
What?
I was really trying to genuinely understand.
Okay. I'll lay it out a little bit simpler for you, okay?
Yes, break it down for me.
Consciousness equals gravity.
Did you just say consciousness equals gravity?
Yes, they don't exist.
Did you just say consciousness equals gravity? So if you're in space,
an analogy. Have you heard
gravity, where gravity doesn't? Yeah. So if you're in space, consciousness doesn't exist. Is that what you're telling me?
I mean, is anybody else hearing this guy?
Ian, he's talking about the analogy. Okay, he's not saying consciousness is gravity.
No, I got him. I got his back. It's okay. Continue, Ian.
So
no, I get it, but I'm listening.
Okay, so the bottom.
I want to listen. I mean, really, I'm not in this. I know. I'm not in a beating my hand on the fist table. I know what's going on. I don't know. I don't pretend to know.
Yeah, but
I'm
there
listening.
are people that do know, and that's the point we're trying to make.
Yeah, you guys all know everything because you've been taught it by the fucking textbooks.
No, that's not true. Science is not like that. Science is not.
Yes, it is.
No, it
the
is
math
not.
was formed to fucking put together everything that.
Alaska, you got to stop doing that, dude. You're just lying.
Science is about reproducing results by various peers, and they all have to come to the same conclusions. That's how science works.
Studied
It's not like
science?
one
I've
person
seen them
brainwashed
do this before, right? You can read the accounts of it where they voted on a scientific method because they don't have an answer. The light
Not
speed.
true at all. That's a total lie.
Okay, right. That's a total
Okay, hold on. Let me ask you a quick question real quick. Okay, I haven't talked at all. Let me just throw this out there. Are you guys going to stand here and say that agenda, dogma, influence, greed has not infiltrated the institutions of science in any way, shape, or form?
Sure it has, and it always corrects itself.
That's what you think.
No, that's what happens historically.
That's what you think happened.
No, that's
what happens. That is the reality of it.
Okay.
That you can't accept that reality is your problem, not
No,
science.
I accept the scientific reality very well and the process, but I
No,
can
you don't
show to several
understand the
points.
scientific reality, so how can you possibly accept something that you don't understand?
I'm
You
not
don't
sitting here
even
listening to
gravity.
assumptions, spaceman. I don't think you
You
know
don't
who
believe in
talking.
gravity, right? You think gravity's fake? Am I
No,
correct?
I told you. I told
Gravity
you the
is
flat
crap.
Earth side. Hold on. I told the flat Earth
rubbish.
side, and I told the heliocentrist side. I didn't tell you if I believed in it or not.
Do you believe in gravity, yes or no?
Yes, I believe it in the way that it is explained to us as to reference mass or weight in that sense. I don't know how it works except for the equation.
So please clarify for me and for everybody here, what do you think gravity is?
That's what I'm trying to figure out here. I'm trying to see all what I see a perspective over here and I see a perspective over there, and they both kind of make sense to me.
Well, no, can you define gravity mathematically? Put it that way.
No, I can't.
Why not?
Probably do my taxes.
Why
Because I
can't you
don't care.
define it mathematically?
If I did the research on it and had such a will to do so, yeah, I could probably do it. But it's not that you're missing my point. I just want to understand how it is represented in reality when both sides have a pretty good explanation for how.
Well, no,
I want to hear
only
your
one
side and I want to hear
has a
their
good
side.
explanation. You guys don't have an explanation for gravity. You just push it away as
Keep
if it
saying
doesn't
you guys.
exist.
Gravity is a fucking euphemism for unknown forces.
It's a
mean, really,
metaphysical
what
concept.
does
If you really want to look at
No,
it,
it's a physical law. It's a physical law that can
Right,
be
it doesn't
calculated.
apply outside. When you go outside of the atmosphere, right, into space, it doesn't actually apply. So it's
Yes,
not
it does
universal.
Of course it does.
That's
It does.
absolutely
It does.
Of course it does.
That's why
Of
rockets
course it
don't go
does.
straight
So
up.
that's why we know when you reorient your phone in outer space, you know it will act in the same way. No, you don't, because it's not there. Something has changed.
No.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong.
Whenever you're in free fall, yes, but if you shoot a rocket straight up, it's going to come straight back down because of gravity.
I'm asking you, if you reorient your phone in outer space, right? Well, the inclinometer, whatever is the device in your phone, will it reorient itself? Because gravity is a universal
in
theory.
orbit? Are you in orbit?
Okay,
or are you
out of orbit, right? We're flying on our way to the moon.
So you're free falling?
I don't know. Are you free falling when
No,
you're
I understand. Can I answer the question? Can I answer your question? Very simply.
Answer my question. Yes.
I'm going to try if you would let me speak. Your phone is designed to measure the force of 1 G, which is 9.8 meters per second squared on the surface of the Earth, which is where you use your phone. So if you're going to go to a place where the measurement is 8 meters per second squared, or 7 or 6 or 0. If it's 0, no, your phone will not orient itself correctly anymore. But gravity is infinite. There is no place in the universe where gravity does not exist. That's a physical impossibility.
Okay, so it would
So hang on, let me finish.
Okay,
So there must become a point as you go up in the atmosphere that your phone will cease to orient itself correctly. So the question really you're asking is at what point will the phone cease to measure the force of gravity as we know it on the Earth? Well, that would then boil down to the sensitivity of the instrument which you have in your hand. So you would have to ask the manufacturers, what is the margin of error for that particular device? So there's your answer.
Well, that was very sophisticated, but it really wasn't an answer. Like, at what point? When does that occur?
Well, you'd have to talk to the manufacturer. It depends on the precision of the device that's measuring gravity now, doesn't it? So if the device fails at 8 meters per second squared, it might not even work at the fucking top of Mount Everest for all I know. But if the device is designed with extreme precision and can work up to 6 meters per second squared, then it can work as high as 100 miles up. But if it's not, if it's designed to work only as good as 9, then it's probably going to fail at 100 miles up. So it all depends on the precision of the instrument with which you're doing the measurement.
I get it. It's all, when you're in space, it's microgravity and there's all kinds of.
Somebody actually asked this question today, and I suggested they actually send the question to an astronaut.
That is me. I'm telling you. I started thinking about it.
That was a good question. That was actually a good question.
Can I bring something up? If things sort by density, if that's really what's going on in there, and it's not about gravity.
I don't know. The whole thing is strange for me. You guys already know. You got it all figured out. I mean, I can read off of Wikipedia and give you answers if you want to do that, but there's nothing left there. I think that the universe is sort of.
I'm going to continue talking. You'll stop.
Okay.
So, if you are in free fall out of an airplane and you have heavier things on top of lighter things that are falling with you, they should sort by density while you're falling, if it's about density.
And aerodynamics.
Right.
No, put them in a box.
Yeah. But if you drop them off the Leaning Tower of Pisa, how does that work? Because they fall at the same rate. So
Put them
I
in
don't
a box
know.
where the wind isn't affecting them, and they sort by density. They will not sort by density until they come to a stop, because they're all being pulled at the same rate by gravity.
That's decidedly inconvenient. I don't really know what to do with that. I don't know. I mean, I've read different things on that. It's a sort of nebulous. That's what I get out of it.
I didn't come here to discuss metaphysical concepts. I was trying to make a point earlier that there's the differences that you see between the flat earthers and the round earthers. There's quite a lot of people who are leaning towards, maybe not a lot, but I mean, you see how big these flat earth crowds at least are, a couple thousand or whatever. There's a sincere reason why they believe this. And it's because some of these arguments are compelling. But when you discount them entirely by just saying, oh, they're flat earthers, they're retards, it's whatever, then you refuse to look at what they claim is evidence. So how can you bridge that gap?
No one besides Spaceman does that.
What's that?
Oh, fair enough.
No one just says y'all are retards. Yeah, okay, you look out over the ocean, it looks flat. Okay, I agree with you, but there's a reason for it, and it can be explained.
Well, yeah, those are simple ones. But look, I'm out of here, guys. Thanks for having me on earlier. I just wanted to have my piece there about that.
What's your name?
Night. I'm Cathexis.
What is your name? What is your name?
You can call me Michael, I suppose.
Michael, okay. Well, it's nice to meet you, Michael. Good
It's a pleasure. You guys have a good night.
Okay,
Go measure the planet, man. Then talk about it.
Okay, so I'm going to go to bed here in a minute. I want to bring up one last thing, and that's It's the size of the moon. Like, why do you guys think the moon should or should not change over a flat Earth?
What do you think? What do you think, Negator?
Well, when you go bowling, right? And you send that bowling ball down the lane, right? In your hand, that bowling ball, it looks about a foot in width and diameter, right?
Yeah.
And when you throw it down the line, if you had a ruler with you, if you held that ruler up at arm's length and compared it to the apparent size of that bowling ball would get a lot smaller, right? Until it was, maybe a half of an inch at the end of the lane.
Yeah, we're describing perspective. So it's moving further away from you, like the sun or the moon, right? So if it appears that way in the sun or the moon, right, you can't trust your own eyes because there's refraction involved. There's a lot of problems.
Hang on.
Trust your own eyes?
No. There's actually.
I'm sorry, Neg. Okay, go ahead.
I got it. I appreciate it. There's actually no refraction involved when it comes to judging the size of the moon. Okay?
There isn't. So there's no atmosphere involved then. That's what that must mean. We don't have an atmosphere here then. Zero atmosphere means no diversion.
Hang on, Ian. So here's the thing. If there were no atmosphere, I'll just go with your rhetorical situation. If there were no atmosphere, so no refraction whatsoever, right? Or hypothetical, that's a better term. So there's no refraction to skew the
no atmosphere to skew the results. Sure.
Okay. So that means that the moon, right, should sink or shrink in size, right? As it went away from you? Since there's nothing there to reflect the image.
I don't actually know. It's a conundrum in my book.
So it
really is.
No.
That's the thing, right? You know.
What do you mean? How can you not know, dude? Have you understood theolite? Who is this dude with the moon here? Who is this guy? He's like, oh, you don't know that? I read it in Wikipedia. Have you?
No, Ian.
Shut the fuck up,
Ian. Nobody was saying, oh, you don't know that. Okay, that wasn't the point. All right, I don't think that's what sounded like was the point he was making either. What he recoiled to was it's a conundrum statement, right? Because you're looking for truth and looking for answers, and I'm trying to provide you something that's very, very simple, right? The perspective argument that it's going away from you, it should shrink. Everything you see in the world with your eyes shrinks when it goes away from you, right? Therefore, on a flat plane or anything, right, an object that's very close, like the moon, would shrink in size. And we can tell how high the moon should be above us, right, using math. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's how flat earthers have decided, that's how I think you were in the chat the other day when we talked about this. That is how flat earthers decided on the altitudes of the sun and the moon, right? Is shadows cast by them, right? So it stands to reason that an object is 3,000 miles above us will shrink in size as it moves away from you. Doesn't that sound logical to you?
Can I make one point about that?
Sure.
Yes.
It really does not matter how high. The height of it is completely irrelevant when it comes to actual math.
So it doesn't matter if it's 60,000 or 500.
It could be a billion miles away.
27 trillion miles away. It's irrelevant.
It could be a billion miles away if
a billion miles away, right?
Angular width. If you can measure the angular diameter of the object when it's overhead, then you will know the exact angular diameter whenever it's at a certain elevation above the horizon. 30 degrees above the horizon, it should be exactly half the angular diameter, and it's completely irrelevant how high that object is.
Yeah, I understand all that stuff. I mean, you guys treat me like I'm an infant or something. I do this for a living. What are you talking about? Angular diameter is not particularly...
Well, you get treated like an infant for a living?
He cut out there. I don't know what he was saying.
He does it for a living.
I'm not sure.
He was just wanting to argue with me about the height not being irrelevant, and then he said it doesn't matter.
Ian, your stuff is Oh, there you go. Okay. So, Ian, are you with us? Maybe. What about Alaska? Are you with us? Am I still here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Akbar or Ragnar? Ragnar, are you here?
Ragnar. There you go.
I don't know who Ragnar is. Okay. Ragnar, what side of the fence are you on? Oh, your mic's not working now.
Funny when all the flat earthers join, everybody starts talking all over everybody again, right?
Well, we're not doing a great job either, to be fair. But
No, I'm getting a little heated. I shouldn't be, but I am.
yeah.
They just need to go to YouTube and look at gravity visualized, and it's a very, very, very good little video to watch. It explains quite a lot.
Yeah. Ragnar, are you flat or round? What are you, Rag?
He's a glober.
Oh, is he? Okay.
He's muted.
Is Alaska here? Alaska's mic keeps popping up. I think he's bouncing around his room or something. I don't know.
I think the gravity argument is one of the most important ones. And, you're not going to convince any of these people to the Earth. But if they accept gravity, then you've made one step forward.
Yeah, I think it's just too vague and too hard to wrap your mind around. I don't think.
No, that could be true. That could be true.
I don't think that'll ever go anywhere. I still don't understand why the size of the moon doesn't mean something.
Well, because that has to be ignored. You know that.
Yeah.
You can't give them things that they can actually see for themselves and use it as proof.
Like, we discovered the Earth was a ball long before we discovered gravity. You know, it was a very, very huge gap of what?
Oh yeah.
1800.
Of course we did.
We didn't even get that far. So Alaska, this moon thing, right? Let's keep going along with this train of thought. Did you catch everything right? Did the moon?
You know what? I was gone for last 5 minutes.
Okay.
I apologize.
So over a flat Earth, right? The sun and moon are about the same altitude. That's accepted.
Yeah.
So between 2,000 and 4,000 miles, something like that, rough estimate. Is that?
Well, I don't know. I don't have a model. It could be 40,000 miles.
So even 40,000 miles, right? Like, see, when you say
hell, I don't have a model.
Okay.
And you guys are throwing a model in my face. So.
Well, no, we're taking.
What are you trying to get here?
Okay, so we're taking what you have presented us, right? That if the Earth is flat,
what we
hang
need
on,
to
Alaska.
do is debunk your ass.
Alaska, hang on, buddy.
Done that, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Right, we take if the Earth is flat, you can extrapolate a boatload of information from that, right? A lot, right? That's why we say That's why you say you're.
Well, I don't know what the Earth is. I know it's not a spinning ball. I'm not saying it's flat. Okay, so.
You don't know what it is, but it's not a spinning ball.
Continue.
So how do you know? How do you not? How can you make that statement in and of itself contradicts yourself? You don't know what it is, but you know what it isn't.
No, whoa. What are you saying, Spaceman?
You said you don't.
You're saying that it's either got to be a spinning ball or nothing?
I'm saying you just contradicted yourself. You said
no, I did not. I said I don't know what the hell it is. I don't have the resources.
So it could be a spinning ball then, is what you're saying.
Why do you flat earthers always talk over people? Why can't you let other people?
No, you always talk over everybody else, motherfucker. Where have you been?
Talking to your ass.
Oh, Ian's back.
Oh, shit.
Unbelievable.
Okay, so you say it's not a spinning ball, and Ian, are we inconclusive about the size of the moon?
I said I do not believe it's a spinning ball.
I'm open
to all
the ideas. I don't know.
Okay.
All right, I'm talking to Nega. All right, Nega, ask the question.
Sure, right. So you know it's not a spinning ball, and that's because you can't feel it spin. And
Well, I didn't say I didn't feel it spin. Are
so
you
Should
inserting
we feel
something
it
in my
spin?
mind's
Maybe we
eye?
should.
so why do you feel the way you do?
Why? Nega,
Mm-hmm.
you're inserting something into my own reality right now.
Well, we're trying to figure out if you guys are flat earthers or something else, and it's kind of hard to understand.
Well, no. What we're saying is you guys are all fake.
That's not you're not saying that at all. What I'm trying to do is show something to you, right? But I need to know your position to show it.
Continue.
Okay.
Continue.
So the question.
How's that relevant?
Is the Earth, in your opinion, a flat plane with topology, of course, but is its basic geometry flat?
Did I not answer the question earlier?
You said you don't know what it is, but you know what
I
it
don't know what the hell it is, but I know it's not a spinning ass ball flying through space.
So you just said
if you don't know what it
That's
is,
all I know.
Don't
That's all I know for sure.
That?
Okay, so
he doesn't see the contradiction in his own. My God.
All right, one at a time. Go ahead,
What
Spaceman.
the hell is your problem, Spaceman?
Well, because you just said you don't know what it is, but you know what it isn't. That's exactly you're contradicting yourself. Can't you see that?
No, I ain't contradicting myself.
Well, you either know what it is or you don't know
I
what
know
it is.
I ain't
But it
believing
can't
in
be
your
both.
fucking voodoo science.
It cannot be both.
Voodoo.
You either don't know or you do know, but it can't be
No,
both.
I don't believe in your voodoo science bullshit.
Okay.
Well, that's because you don't have any scientific education.
Let's
Let
go down. Let's
Let
start.
Negator ask his question.
Okay, so
But don't
why
presuppose that I have certain beliefs, okay, Negator?
Right. No, here's the thing. It is reasonable for me to assume a number of things because you'd be the first flat earther, well, the second behind Cathexis, who says he's not a flat earther, to say that, right? The vast majority of you believe the same thing, so it's reasonable for me to make these statements. If you don't believe it, just say it. You don't need to hold it over my head like it means something. My question, though, is why do you think it's not a spinning ball?
Because
it
it's
doesn't make any sense. Where is the model where we have a spinning ball in?
Ian, we have the model. We can show it to you, but I want to know what Alaska's
conventional model.
Oh, go Ron.
Because it's impossible.
Based on what?
There's zero
Based
curvature
on
and
logic.
I want to know.
And if you guys want to use logic in your
let me throw these two
realm,
things out.
No, I want to hear. No, Michael, I want to hear Alaska.
No. Do you believe in logic?
So which logic? Please logically explain it to me.
Logic is reasonable thinking.
Okay, so what's reasonable or unreasonable about a spinning ball to you?
What's reasonable or unreasonable?
What is unreasonable about a spinning ball to you?
The whole thing, the whole concept.
Why?
Look at Newton's reaction to the whole ideology in that respect.
Okay, but
he didn't believe it.
Newton's reaction doesn't have anything to do with the logic behind.
No, he's the one that fucking thought the whole model up, dude.
Okay, so where's the logic that says it's unbelievable? What do you see in your day-to-day life that says it doesn't work?
I'm not spinning.
You're not spinning. So, okay, so you can't feel spin.
Coriolis effect is what he's trying to say. And
No,
there's
that's not what he's trying to say. He thinks it's not spinning.
Wait a minute. Whoa. What makes you... Well, let me put this back on yourself. What makes you think we're spinning through the whole fucking universe at 1,000,000 miles per hour?
Okay, so
we are. When you aggregate it all up, we are.
Right. Yeah, that's a...
Now get that, and then...
Thank you, I will. All right.
How we can get everything.
So obviously he just can't comprehend it, Negator.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. But Alaska, when you make a point, right? Stop, and then I'll respond, right? So there's like two ways you can see that you're spinning, and there is one reason why you don't feel a whole lot of spin. I'm sure you hear the reason, right? You saw the video that Zeiss put up of the Earth spinning in real time, right? Obviously, it was a simulation, but it just simulates reality.
It's just like on the merry-go-round where the gravity is pulling you outside. Oh wait, no, not like that. Yes, I saw that one.
No, it's
something else.
It's not a dissolve, Ian. It's Earth rotates at 0.0069 RPMs, right? Like if you hopped on a merry-go-round that spun once in 24 hours,
depending
you wouldn't fall
on
off.
your location, right? It's all relative.
And Ian, I gotta meet you too, man, because I don't know what is going on in you guys' minds right now, right? And honestly, I don't know how to unmute you either. So
I think it's a timeout thing.
Okay. I mean, we've got that reason. We have Foku pendulums, right? And obviously, I realize y'all don't believe they work, but you can build them yourself and see it, right? And then the third reason is the rotation of the stars, right? If you have 2 points at which the star fields rotate around that are on the opposite sides of the world, right? You can measurably say they're 20 to 12,000 miles apart. What does that mean for the shape that you're standing on? Like that's huge, right? And to assert that the star fields don't do that, I mean, you're calling all of Australia liars. I have no idea how to unmute them. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. That is just...
They all just talk over you, and you know, you can't debate people like this. It's simply almost impossible.
Well, Ian, I mean, okay, so Ian, I think Ian could be reasonable. I've heard him be reasonable. I think maybe he's been drinking. I don't know. But he says he wants to see a model, and he says he doesn't know what to think. So I think, right, if one of us were to lay out one-on-one every single piece of the whole puzzle, it would make sense and you'd be able to tie it all together. I don't think we're going to be able to accomplish that here, given the whole situation, right?
No.
Like, it would need to be a start to finish. This is how everything correlates to each other and why they operate. But look,
I think you're going to run into an obstacle with their limited ability in mathematics.
I'm sorry, Ian. I clicked the button. Maybe drop out and drop back in. Same for Alaska. I don't know why it's doing that. But I'm going to bed. I'm sorry. I don't mean to leave after making a statement. You don't get a chance to respond, but it's 3 a.m. 3:20. So y'all have fun. I'll just leave this running till whenever.
I'm going to drop out, but thanks for holding it there, Negator. So have a good night.
Thanks, Negator.
Oh, that was fun.
That was fun, he says. That was fun. Hey, tell me something, Isis. Is the Queen still the head of the country in Australia?
Well, she's the monarchy. Like the monarchy, you know, is sort of like a figurehead. They don't,
So
you know,
have the same you have parliamentary government down there.
yeah, Prime Minister, yeah, Governor General, yeah. Governor General is probably the most powerful person.
The Governor General is actually the leader, and the Governor General answers to the Queen, right? But the Queen really doesn't. The Queen doesn't interfere in your business, obviously, any more than Canada.
No. We elect the Prime Minister.
Yeah, okay, so it's almost identical to Canada. I was just curious there. I wanted to ask you that like 2 hours ago, but I let it go because of the conversations that were going on. So
yeah, we have the exact same thing, man. Like, you know, still got the Queen's head in our coin, you know.
yeah, I have a lot of friends who go to Australia and they love it to death. They love it. They want to move there, but they don't want to give up their Canadian whatever either. So
yeah, Canadians and Aussies are pretty much brother and sister country, you know, or brother and brother country. Canadians and Aussies are pretty much get along the best in the whole of the monarchy as far as, you know, all the other
that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, Aussies love Canadians over here, and it's the same with us over in Canada. So we have a good thing going.
Well, we're supposed to be polite, but we're actually not. That's a myth.
We gave you guys IMAX, like, you know, the Aussie who invented it. Well, we didn't give it to you guys, but the guy who invented it, he couldn't get any funding off the Australian government. They were assholes. So he went to Canada, and Canada said, "Oh yeah, we'll take it."
What
so
he
lived over there. IMAX, I think it was 1991 or something.
Oh, IMAX, yeah, that's Canadian.
Yeah, yep. He became a Canadian citizen and said, "Yep, it's all yours. If you're going to fund my project, then sure."
Yeah, we
He
got
was
an
originally
IMAX.
an Australian-born, yeah.
We got a really nice IMAX theater right across the river here from where I live.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, we get some beautiful sky down here. I mean, it's hard when I hear of an Australian that says they're a flat earther. I just, I'm really depressed about it. It really hurts.
Did I
Because we've
ask
got
you,
such a nice sky.
did we talk about that Restoration Island guy the other night?
Yeah, that was awesome. I read about him. That was very cool.
I got him on my Skype. It was his birthday the other day. He didn't respond, though. I don't know what he's up to. He's probably in Lockhart doing shopping. That's where he goes.
He's an awesome guy. He's just totally off the grid. He's like, fuck it.
Did you read about him?
Yeah. There was like 3-page article on him.
He's fucking awesome. He's like, I don't know. I had a blast. I talked to him for like an hour. He's fucking amazing. Met Russell Crowe dropped by in his yacht one time, and Russell Crowe was going to invest in the island, and of course Dave didn't know who the hell he was, and he turned him down, and then he later found out who Russell Crowe was. He's like, oh shit, I screwed that one up. So anyway, it's the same time here. It's 3:30 for me, so I'm going to drop out. And it's so much. If only they could have civilized debates and discussions, but they don't really seem capable of that. They talk over you. They
mock you.
What's that?
They mock you while they're talking over you too. It's
not
like they're trying to stop you because they want to react to your point. They just want to shut you up, and they just keep talking.
It's an ego thing.
That way.
Definitely an ego thing. Psychological.
But it doesn't even seem to be. None of them even knew their own model or anything. So it can't be anything about flat Earth. It has to be. Personally, I'm gonna go with my main belief that that they have a lack of education, and they're jealous of those of us who do or understand these things, and they want to just feel smart. That's all I can see.
Junk food version of reality. It's easy to digest and tastes good while they're chewing on it, but in the long run, it just cannot work.
If I was an idiot and I wanted to feel smart, I'd surround myself with people even dumber than myself. So
I've thought about it though. I've thought, geez, if I made a flat Earth model, like I'd kill all of them. Like, oh my god, I could come up with some seriously convincing shit, But I think, what's the point? For what reason? It's just polluting people's minds, and it's going nowhere. It's like throwing a bloody anchor at the bus, at the bus window. Hey guys, look what I can do. We're meant to be progressing, not going backwards. But if they knew deep math, I mean, geez, they could really do some convincing arguments, like saying that the sun is a cardioid, and using different refractory properties of mathematically. And a cardioid is a very, very special thing.
This is their main stumbling point now, isn't it? Without math, they can't. They hate math because, number one, it disproves them. But number two, if they could understand it, they'd use it to prove their own theory, which in turn would be disproving themselves. And then they go, "Oh, wait a minute, this doesn't work." So no matter how you play it, they can't involve the math. It has to be. It has to be.
It's got to be sticks and stones, because words just don't get through to them. So you've got to really beat it into them in a way. And have really simple, dumbed down stuff. And it took me ages to come up with some sort of, I can show you the curve with no math, no NASA, no photos, no calculations, no anything, just boom. And they still go, nah. And not one of them go out and do it.
Crisis. The sun sets disappearing bottom first. I mean, how fucking simple does it get? Where did you get that? What's that? You got one of them telescopes that comes with software? Is that how you got that, or what?
Well, it's got the mechanical gyros on it, mechanical servos, so it'll move. What's it called? A motorized. It's a Mead. Like, it's not super great. Like, it's not a big, But I've used one. A friend of mine's got one.
Can you put the telescope outside and run a cable into your computer and computer?
Yep. Yeah, yeah, and you can hook
How
it up
much?
to the
How
laptop.
much you could pay for that?
They're like a good, like a decent one that's not like overly over the top. You'd probably pay about $600.
Well, that's
That's
not too bad.
motorized.
How does it configure? Like how does it configure its orientation?
Brilliant. You program your geodetic data, like your exact longitude, latitude, into Worldwide Telescope, and it'll just all does it for you.
And you have to put in the time of day and everything, right?
No, well, because it's all got that track. It connects to the internet live. And you can actually pinpoint your location on the actual Earth and go to your street, your backyard, and say, my telescope is right here. And then you can go into a skybox view. So it's got like you've got the flat plane, well, the curve of the Earth right in front of you falling off, and you can see the stars moving in front of you in real time. Tracking the ISS though, with it, the motors, they scream. They're just going trying to keep up.
You can track the ISS with that thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. If you can program in, yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Can you
more fun science is than fucking flat Earth.
It's amazing.
Can you like send me like a link to a website that would sell something like that?
Well, the program you can use, Worldwide Telescope, that's free. That's done by Microsoft. All the big companies that want to share stuff. NASA's had a hand in it, but it's mainly Microsoft and I forget who else. But yeah, that's what astronomers are saying. It's like Google Earth, how everyone contributes their photographs. So Worldwide Telescope is definitely the one. The motorized scope I'd go for would be a MEADE, MEADE.
MEADE.
Yeah, MEADE, yeah. And your resolving power doesn't have to be super great if you just want to look at celestial objects, but the great thing is you can get a really crappy laptop and put, WWT on it, and it's all of like 30 meg, I think. It's not a huge program, but it downloads a lot, so it'll end up with like 30 gig. So you can have a fairly, small, not a 486 laptop, but something, of that sort, and you can do it all on the cheap, very, very cheap. The guy who inspired me to do all this, because most of my stuff's down in another state, he's got like a 10-foot. He's got an observatory he's built in his backyard, and it's a brilliant.
Nice.
And he's the guy that I told you guys about, where he just walked out without even looking up, and he points up at the sky in the middle of the night and says ISS, and he didn't even look up, and where he was pointing was exactly where the ISS was, and it floored me. It literally, I was weak at the knees. I was like, you can't be serious. Like, he just knew so much. German engineer.
You have
Absolutely.
states in Australia, not provinces.
States, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I thought Australia had provinces like Canada.
States and territories. So you got the Northern Territory, yeah.
All right. Cool.
Hey,
learn something every day.
What model do you have, if you don't mind me asking?
What model?
Yeah, I'm looking at MEADE right now.
Oh, I'd have to look it up, because I haven't used it in about, 3 years. It's been a while. It's sitting down in in a storage unit, but let me have a look. I'll try and find the exact model. I think it's an IX90, LX90,
ETX90 maybe.
I'll have a look, because I don't want to steer you in the wrong direction, but you get some good solar filters and stuff, and yeah, I mean I prefer the short little guy rather than your sort of big.
Oh, I see the LX90 series.
Yeah, I guess they've upgraded it now, but yeah, it was an IX90 that I have, but there's the newer one, an LX90. What was mine? I think it's an 8-inch. It's the smaller one. But that's all motorized, like what you're looking at there. And you've got the handheld. Yeah, the LX90 8-inch. That's it. That's pretty much exactly what I have.
Well, I'm dropping out there, guys. Nice talking to you all, and talk to you on the next one.
Yep.
Hopefully Negator has another one, so that'll be fun.
See you later, Spaceman.
All right. Good night, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop off too. Nice chatting with you guys.
Yeah, no worries, man. We'll talk next time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if you get a scope, I recommend that, and that's good value. That'll last you years, man. Like you'll have that for a good 15, 20 years more. Treat it well, it'll treat you well. Yeah.
I'm definitely thinking about getting one.
Yeah, it is worth it. Like if you live in a good spot, and it's also you can just take it out into the bush, depending on where you are. Because you got a lot of if you got a lot of light pollution, then they're not really that fun to have.
Yeah,
you need a big scope.
Where I am, there's too much light pollution, but my parents are 15 minutes away and they live out in the country, so that wouldn't
Yeah, well, that would be perfect. Yeah,
be perfect.
Yeah, yeah. You can get some really good time lapse going for yourself. That's awesome fun. Doing star trails and whatnot. Yeah.
Hey, have you done a time lapse for the?
Yeah, I did. I did it on an old 9 megapixel camera though, so it was really crappy resolution. The German guy though, he's quite active and he does quite a bit of footage. I've just made a new video and I actually stitched some of his footage into my little, flat Earth video saying, this is how you fucking measure the globe, guys.
Yeah.
So yeah, at the end of it, you can see a little bit of his, and it's beautiful. Oh my god, the clarity is amazing because he's using like a, I don't know what sort of megapixel he's got, but it's really nice. Very, very clear, and the Australian sky is so beautiful. So yeah, it's good stuff.
I'm going to have to check this out. How to measure the Earth.
How to measure the Earth? Yep. I'm going to send that at Flat Earthers, and hopefully a Flat Earther will try and do a double-blind study and try and falsify the experiment.
Well, good luck with that.
They will. They all have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that Brian Mullen guy. I got that Brian Mullen guy, and he sat there doing calculations, and he was a sneaky guy. And he turns and grins at the way he turned and grinned at the camera as he did it, like none of you dumb bastards know what I'm even doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all, yeah, hey, Brian, you're our engineer, like you're our smart guy, and it's like, yeah, I called him out on it, and he removed all my comments.
Yeah, he removes my comments too because I do videos against him. So.
Yeah, he's a liar.
Yeah, there's that other guy too, Awake Souls, who I've done a couple of videos about. That guy is irritating to me. I don't know.
Yeah, have you seen Cold Hard Truth or Cold Hard Logic? Yeah, Cold Hard Logic.
I've seen him around, maybe in the comments. I hadn't looked at his videos.
Oh, you want to see his debunked videos, man? It's pure comedy. It is so funny.
I can imagine.
Yeah. I won't keep you, mate. It's late, so get some sleep.
Yeah. Hey, if you want to have a quick laugh, check out my last video. It's a satire, so you'll enjoy it.
All right, I'll have a look.
All right, later. Have a good night or day.
Hey, man. Catch ya.
Bye.
Hey, Kirby. What you doing, Kirby? What you doing there? Hey, Kirby. What you doing, Kirby? Why'd you eat that leaf? I don't know, no, maybe get a kitten. 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 Hey, Kirby.